Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us at the Lillooet Tribal Council's SFTAC Fisheries Forum. We're going to get this forum started in a good way with a prayer and 2 songs from our hand drummers.
Today we're going to begin with a prayer and a couple of goddamn hand drum songs here today to honor everybody here and what we're going to be talking about here today. And we're going to invite our ancestors here today to be with us, talk about what has been said here today in a good way that they understand why we are here today. And our mother who takes care of us each day in a good way, that we have what we need while we travel on Mother Earth. And the one that I say that put us here on Mother Earth, that he keeps looking after us in a good way. Oidam cook piscata. Take stem. Waskas in the Colonel Show and Jimmy Jazz Conscious Kites for cook pig. Teach a work like me to Muslim Wild Jazz Conscious Kite. Walk minimal Jazz Conscious Kite. Tioka Amish to Musashi Wild Jazz. Well, most my tweet. Take him let you walk minimal Jazz Conscious Kite. ووقت خاص منهم كانوا كاستوما سيتوا الجاز كونشيس قايتش قلت منهم تاكمي كيكم سكاسا وخمي خواتو تاكتلي لجاتي زيتن سكاسا نولا بوك لامي تومو سيقلت منهم الجاز كونشيس قايت الجاز كشكواكا أمويخا تاكمي سوقو سكاسا سيتوا الجاز شواكا نوكاشتو موساشني موسوخو الميخ While just conscious gate was alles was ook ken skasje moet ook wel meer. Niet zo maar was toen moest als je is ook wel. Maar de kiekers kazen dit meer. Nu kiekla wat toch geen zo wat loom. Was gewoon stummen. She was just conscious gate. She was just too much klein me too much. Nu lab wordt accelerated jati aan segment. Zit waar amish wat skasni moet daar ook komen. Niet een schouwen toe moet nu lab wordt accelerated jati aan segment. Was hakste moet accelerated niet moet ook komen. Nu lab wordt glom zijn. Nu lab wordt gooi zijn. Zit waar zat toe moet niet moet daar. Pap kent overtje kwantje komen. Eigenlijk een pap leest min zijn materiaal die kiekers kassen. Niet een schouwen toe moet nu lab. Hoe taxleert je chati aan segmentskaas. Is wat het taxema zit groter met hem. Het is conscious geit. Niet een schoen te moeilijk. Ads te moeilijk. Klamin te moeilijk. Zit wel just conscious gate. Most mistaken swat taken step wel ja. Wat gaat swat. Niet moet wat wat actually aan tilla gaat swat sketches wat gaat swat. Iets ook sketches wat klopt minimal just conscious gate. Nation tune to mus. Klein min to mus just conscious gate. Moet een nest holen. Klopt minimal just. Ze hebben tijd met een whole tijd studies jij ook om tijd met wat je whole tijd stellen. Next guys, all my relations.
going to come up and say a few words to us.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know, my name is Sid Scotchman, Chief of Lillooet. I'd like to welcome everyone here to my community. It's great to see everyone here. It's a good turnout, especially with the weather that we've had. The roads have been bearable, which is great. We're expecting warmer temperatures. It's great for us, but I worry about the salmon in the summer with not much snow up in the mountains for the thaw to fill up the river for the runs. So I'm praying, and I hope you're all praying too, for good weather. I know I've read a few articles from Weather Canada that's stating that it could be a wet summer, and I do hope that's true, but they said that last year, and we got hit with that last-minute drought. So again, I'd like to welcome everyone here to Lillooet. I look forward to the discussions the next couple of days, updates from projects and programs and communities. I'd like to invite up any other leadership, chiefs, councillors, elders from other communities. If you want to come up and say a few words to welcome everyone here, you're welcome to come up now.
Good morning, everyone. Moon Moore, Hoistring Council. Would like to welcome everybody, and very happy to see so many people. Very happy to see the people joining us online. Just a reminder, we're going to take pictures today. Just in case you see me wandering around. I'll also be doing the mic for you. Just in case you need something, you can reach out to me throughout the day.
Okay, so just a couple of things here for housekeeping. I was going to mention the exits are, there's one in the back, and of course the side doors here if anything happens. The washrooms are out these glass doors to the right. And I was going to ask if everyone could please use a microphone so everybody online and in here can hear us and hear the presentations for their comments or questions. We can always run to you with the microphone if you're nervous to come up. And I was going to ask if everyone can turn their phones off or turn them on to vibrate, so not to interrupt everybody's presentations. Okay. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about the Statlium Fisheries Technical Advisory Committee. So there's a group of us that you can see on the agenda that meet together about 5 times a year, and we talk to each other and spread word to the communities. Any comments or questions that they have, we can ask DFO, and then we spread the word. We meet together and then we have ideas of what we're going to talk about, like say at this meeting. I just wanted to recognize a couple of the technical members. Could you please stand up? Danny, Jessica, who else is here? Myself. Bonnie's been to a couple of meetings. Well, thank you. And I guess first on deck here is Jessica. She's a member of council and she's a Splitrock manager. She's going to give you the JPF update and the anything to do with Cayoose projects.
My name is Jessica Hopkins. I'm one of the members. Can you control the slide for me? Just press next slide when I say. So I'm one of the members of the Joint Planning Forum. You can go next slide. So basically what the Joint Planning Forum is a joint decision-making group which includes 3 members from the Statlium, which is myself, Gary John, who's the actual lead, the political lead, and Allison James, who's one of the technical leads. So what we are is a subcommittee under the steering committee that was created with the establishment of the high flow settlement agreement. The ability to create committees is a part of the original 2011 agreement, and we were established because of concerns from leadership about Statliam not having a adequate decision-making or consultation process around BC Hydro operations. So basically, prior to the establishment of the Joint Planning Forum, we used to have these things called mod ops calls, and essentially all decision-making happened, well, not necessarily decision-making, it was an hour-long phone call that happened once a month, and BC Hydro essentially just told the Statliam what was going on. We now have the establishment of the Joint Planning Forum. We meet monthly or more so, depending on what's going on. We also have a subcommittee. You can go to the next slide, Becky, which is called the mitigation table. So the mitigation table is under the Joint Planning Forum. And again, it consists of 3 members from the Statliam and 3 members from BC Hydro. So the members of the Joint Mitigation Table are myself, Gary John, and Danny O'Farrell. And basically what we do is we are the ones responsible for implementing projects. And we can essentially implement projects through the direction of the Statliam Authority. Our main goal is to implement mitigation projects, so projects that mitigated impacts from high flows that were negotiated in the 2011 agreement. In addition, anything else that we've been tasked with. So we can essentially be tasked with offering support through capacity as directed by the SA. So a community can come to the Joint Planning Forum, to the Joint Mitigation Table, and say, hey, we need some help with this related to BC Hydro, and the Joint Planning Forum or the Joint Management Table can provide technical advice. So, and this happened in 2021 when we were tasked with mitigating impacts from entrainment. There was a Bridge-Seton fish entrainment strategy that was established, I believe, in 2000. I probably don't know. Chief Bonnie might know. The entrainment strategy? They didn't. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it was a couple years ago. It had kind of fallen off the table, and so it's been added task to our work. There was some initial funding established, and that funding's now increased because just a couple years have passed. You can go to the next slide. So what we have essentially is a $10 million pot of money. That was established under the high flow settlement agreement. However, I do predict that those funds will increase. And the reason I predict that is because BC Hydro is doing work right now. They have the LaJoy Dam project, they have the Terazagi low inflow gate, they have to do a large project on Seton, the bypass project, they have to install a new unit on Seton. There's all this work happening. And when BC Hydro does work in the territory, they're required to usually submit, you can go back, Fisheries Act or water license applications. All these things that would come with it come impacts on our territory, and either BC Hydro would be charged by various regulating agencies for those impacts, or they would be taken to task by the Statliam, which essentially says, you've caused impacts, we would like some funds to mitigate those impacts, and then we have essentially what we've done, which is the $10 million fund. So that could potentially increase. We had a commitment for $750,000 from entrainment, and that was a couple years ago. That number's increased by, I believe, $450,000, so I think it's at $1.25 million right now, and that's additional funding for mitigating impacts from entrainment. And for anyone who doesn't know what entrainment is, it's when a fish has been moved from their original location to another location. So from a reservoir to the river below. So they've been pushed out. They can't return because there's no way to get past, so they've been entrained. And when an entrainment happens, it's considered a mortality in the government's eyes. So BC Hydro was taken to task by the government and required to pay these funds. And it's yet to be determined where those funds will be allocated, but the primary concerns from entrainment is exactly where Chief Bonnie was talking about: Carpenter Reservoir, Downton Reservoir into Middlebridge River, and primarily Seton Lake into Seton River. We're also hoping to attain additional funds from various granting and government agencies. So we've been working with a company called Clear Course Consulting, and we work with them to apply for grants for our various mitigation projects. You can go next slide. So I'm not going to go super into these projects because Danny and Chris, I imagine, will go into them more so. These are projects that are happening in Xwisten that have been planned for years with Xwisten before the joint management table was even established. So this is the Horseshoe Bend project. If anyone's not familiar with it, this is on the Lower Bridge River in Xwisten territory. You can go to the next slide. So the goal and objective under the Joint Planning Forum is to mitigate impacts from high flows. And that can happen in a lot of ways. We have impacts across the board in every life stage, from juveniles to adults to habitat impacts to water quality impacts to additional sediment migration to issues around heavy metals, all these kinds of things. So one of the primary objectives in the Lower Bridge River is to improve habitat for juvenile salmon, primarily Chinook, coho, and steelhead salmon. And steelhead salmon and Chinook salmon are currently a species of concern across the board all around the province. We have received some pushback from DFO around the establishment of coho salmon as a species of concern, but particularly on the Lower Bridge River, it definitely is a species of concern, and I'm sure Danny will talk about, has been going down in numbers. You can go next slide, Becky. So this is just a very simple view of the current planned and proposed enhancement project. As you can see, there's a number of different features on here, but the idea essentially is to establish rearing habitat for these species, as well as some spawning habitat. But a big part of this is to protect from future impacts from high flows. So we had high flows in 2017, I can't remember. We had high flows in the Lower Bridge River caused by BC Hydro operations. We will have high flows in the Lower Bridge River caused by BC Hydro operations again. And we did last year, and we did 2 years before that. And we do some years because the water, we have a late spring freshet, or we have at a high inflows. There's all kinds of things that can happen. But the primary impact in the Lower Bridge River is because of hydro operations. We have a massive project that's coming up. We're seeing an impact on rearing juvenile fish. We need to find a way to protect them. And so our biggest investment and our biggest focus is on protecting the habitat for these rearing salmon at one of their most delicate life stages, which is when they're rearing. So there's going to be features in this that include that kind of protection. There's a plan for a large berm to protect the habitat, but I'll let Danny go into that more. You guys can go to the next slide. So the next project is the Gates Creek Hatchery and Broodstock Collection. So this project has been primarily focused on increasing the population of Chinook salmon. This was a project that was determined during the negotiation by leadership to be a focus, as was Horseshoe Bend. So we've done basically what it is we're catching Chinook salmon and then rearing them in a hatchery. So some work that we've done this last year was some repairs on the concrete raceways at the Nequaqua Hatchery, and those have been successful. They've been completed and has increased the capacity of the hatchery, which allows us to grow more fish and hopefully go into adding additional species. And we did receive funding for this, so we did apply for some grants and received $122,000. That's a picture of Chris and a couple of the guys from the hatchery and the fellow from BC Hydro. I can't remember his name. I always forget people's names. You can go next slide. Can you press play? So this is just a video of some of the juveniles in the concrete raceway, swimming around. You can see there's a lot of fish in there. Very good year. You guys can go next slide. And that was at a tour that we had taken with the Fisheries Technical Committee. So Becky was there, and then people on the technical committee were there. So we are continuing our discussions with, so did it skip a slide? Oh, no, okay, go for it, never mind. So we're continuing our discussions with DFO to expand to coho. The problem that we're having, one of the biggest problems, is there's no mechanism for First Nations to establish their own hatcheries. That doesn't exist in the province of British Columbia, and it's a problem. I know that a lot of leadership have been in discussion about it, but there's just no way to do it. So what happens is we have to go through this long and very erroneous process to operate a hatchery. Now, luckily, Sekw'el'was had been operating a trout farm for a number of years. So because of that, they've gone through all kinds of approvals through Health Canada. They have an established facility. So we were able to kind of bypass a lot of these issues. We were also able to get onto another group's license originally and then carry forth. But that was for Chinook, a population that was established in the province as impacted, and it was one of the things that the province wanted to, or sorry, DFO wanted to do, and to bring that stock back. Coho, less so. So across the Fraser River, what have you, DFO hasn't admitted or hasn't really come to the conclusion that coho is a population of concern. That's changing, but initially it wasn't a population of concern. And that comes down to the way that DFO manages these stocks. But in our area, where we are collecting our own data, not DFO, we're seeing that the numbers of coho in the Lower Bridge River continue to be depressed. And I think without interjection through additional habitat and population monitoring and an investment in the population through collection of broodstock and a hatchery, I do have concerns about that stock. So we're still working to try to get coho on the docket, and hopefully in the next year we'll have coho in our hatchery, and we're hopeful for that. You can go to the next slide. So I'll just go through some of the years. I won't go too much into it. So in the first year in 2018, like I said, we worked with another hatchery, which was Spice Creek. We were able to collect some fish, and we ultimately had 3,000 fertilized eggs that were placed with Spice. In 2019, we started the establishment and the partnership with the Sekw'el'was to raise the fish in our own facility in Sekw'el'was. We operated it, however, there were not a sufficient number of Chinook captured at site, and we did end up with some. In 2020, we extended our fish fence operations. We started an earlier start date because of climate change. We were seeing fish come in earlier, and that was successful. You can go to the next slide, Becky. In 2022, we successfully collected 18 females, and those fish are and that was a successful program. In 2023, the collection was successful, although there were some significant challenges because of wildfire. And we have currently met our target for coho. However, we'll continue to run the program in 2024. So under the high flow settlement agreement, we have specific targets for juvenile abundance, which means the amount of fish that are in the river that have been counted. However, BC Hydro and the Statlium have agreed mutually to continue the program because we do have concerns. We don't know what the survivability is going to be. We don't know what those stocks are going to look like when they return. There's something that happens to a hatchery fish to identify it as a hatchery fish, which is to clip its adipose fins. One of the things you're not allowed to do is clip the adipose fin of a fish that you haven't also coated wire tagged. That's an agreement that the government has with the U.S. government. The problem is it's very expensive to do a coded wire tag program, which gives us a choice of either we spend all this money and all this time and all this effort on putting in coded wire tags, or we don't clip their adipose fin, and that means these fish can be caught. This is a species of concern, but yet they can still be caught, and that comes down to government decisions, unfortunately. So we have been in discussion with DFO. We are looking for them to provide some support because this is their agreement, not ours, and we don't think we should be subject to those kinds of confinements. So, next slide. So I just wanted to show an example of what a report looks like that we receive. The Joint Management Table operates every week. We have ourselves, the members of BC Hydro, and then we also have Chris from the Hatchery, as well as people from Xwisten if the broodstock collection programs are going on. So it's just an avenue for us all to get together weekly to keep an eye on what's going on. We received this report from Chris, who lets us know what's going on at the hatchery, and so this is actually from yesterday. I got this from Chris, which means there's 22,246 smolts at the hatchery right now, as well as 29,607 fry currently at the hatchery for release next year. You can go next slide. So I just wanted to provide some acknowledgement. First and foremost, I do want to thank the Statliam Authority for continuing to provide guidance and support. The Joint Planning Forum reports out to the SA every 2 months and as needed. We'd also like to thank the communities of Xwisten and Sekw'el'was, on whose land these projects reside. We'd like to thank some of the groups that we work with: Clear Course, Ecofish, SIR, InStream, Splitrock, and Limnotech. And then as well as the many techs and biologists at Bridge River who manage, lead, and assist the projects of the Joint Management Table. Most of the projects that happen under the Joint Management Table happen in Xwisten. And finally, we'd like to thank Chris Fletcher, who continues to dedicate his holidays and weekends to continuing to run these projects. The fish don't survive unless Chris keeps an eye on them and feeds them, and he has to do this pretty much 7 days a week. So we really, really appreciate him. Thanks, Chris. And that's all. I don't have one for Cayouse projects. Yeah. So does anybody have any questions?
Hello. Lina Sangert and Squatchicha and Xwisten. I just had a question about all that. It's not the same as fish farming, all that hatcheries?
No, so we're not raising the fish to be caught for, well, I guess hopefully eventually we'll be able to catch them for food, but in the river. But no, we're not raising them for sale. So it is different. It's just for wild fish. We raise them until they're juveniles and then bring them back put them back in the river, and then they migrate out to the ocean.
Okay, thank you.
Morning. Oh, yeah, it works. Morning, my name is Gerald Michelle, Lands and Resources Coordinator, Lands and Resources Portfolio, Xwisten Band. I'm on council, 30 years. My question is specifically on Bridge River enhancement. Horseshoe Bend was Xwisten's project, was given over to SDS, whereas they are working with BC Hydro to build enhancement for Chinook within the horseshoe. My question has always been, why don't they build it directly below the dam? There's an area there large enough. The salmon, we know, they swim as high as possible in order to do the spawning. These fish, you want to build a enhancement channel in the horseshoe, directing the salmon in there, but I question that, whereas I want to see the salmon go as far as possible to go up to the dam, directly below the dam. Build enhancements there, channels. It's about 200 meters wide, 200 meters long, 150 meters wide. So there's a good area there for enhancement. Little add to a little history on Horseshoe Bend, where Xwisten, we were approached by George Vanderwolf, a local fellow miner. He wanted to do enhancement in there in 1991. We were willing to work with them, but DFO would not participate unless they were ensured that there would be no more mining within the horseshoe after enhancement was built. So working with BC Hydro and DFO, we got water rights to the Horseshoe Bend. Working with BC Hydro, former employee, we got mineral title for the horseshoe. This is Xwisten. We were working on it. I was working on it. In 2016, this project was given over to SDS and BC Hydro. Xwisten Fisheries have never agreed, do not like this project the way it is going. We like a smaller project. Just open up the top end, open up the bottom end. The miner who was in there, Richard Gagne, in 2006, 2007, he was allowed by the government to leave his mining open. Most times they have to close it, repair it back the way it was, but he was allowed to leave the channels open so we could work on it. Xwisten Fisheries, we like to see the top end open, the bottom end open, and just leave it like that without no major $10 million project that they are planning there. We'd like to see something different, something smaller, something that wouldn't be, we see it as more adverse, whereas we don't agree with it. Another one too with BC Hydro. Every year, high flows, we got to do salvage. I'd like to see them do work on the areas that need to be salvaged. Every year since 1991, 92, we go to the same spots. We salvage. Those salvage areas should be fixed so we won't have to return there all the time. But it's work, I guess. We got a lot of fishery tax, but little things like that need to be worked on. Xwisten Fisheries, we are working on other areas to do enhancement. In 2003, I did a feasibility study from BC Hydro Bridge Coastal Restoration Program back then. But I just have to add my little bit on what we are doing in the Bridge River. Thank you.
There we go. So I guess for the first question about doing work on a project below the dam. So the direction for projects that we have, which right now the primary two projects we have is the Horseshoe Bend and the Hatchery and Broodstock project. That comes directly out of the agreement, which is the high flow settlement agreement, which means it came from leadership. So without direction, otherwise, we don't pursue projects unless we've been directed to. So that's the primary reason. So an example is in 2022, I believe, we were approached by Xwisten to do some work on Blue Nose and Apple Spring. And so we received that request from Xwisten to the Statlium, members of the Joint Planning Forum. We then took it to BC Hydro and we were able to get some funding for it. So we can do additional projects if directed by the SA or if directed by the community. But what we can't do is pursue additional projects if we don't have that direction. And the reason being is because the funding that we have available is limited. So the entrainment funding, for example, there is already guidelines within that program about options to do projects. So we would adhere to those options. And it's the same thing with what's in the HFSA, which is the primary focus being Horseshoe Bend and the hatchery programs. So we're limited because of that. For the other stuff, I guess particularly the question about the salvage stuff, one of the recommendations that the Joint Planning Forum gave BC Hydro was that we needed to do pre-work prior to spills. So if a spill was going to happen, we need to do pre-work and prepare for it. What's happened is we need ample collection of data. We need to go in ahead of time to identify sites that are going to be a problem and mitigate those. So that discussion's happened, and that is the plan in the future. So, go ahead.
Around $100,000 to do a bunch of work to mitigate the impacts of ramp downs, and we'll be doing that in 2 weeks.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. My name is Kate, and I'm a policy advisor at the Statliam Chiefs Council. Jess, you mentioned that DFO is not recognizing coho as a species of concern, but your data provides evidence that it is. I'm curious if DFO has indicated at what point your data would satisfy their criteria. Have they mentioned anything along those lines?
Yeah, so it's kind of a difficult discussion, and Danny could probably elaborate a bit further. We have had this discussion with DFO. The way that they manage these things called conservation units under the wild salmon policy, for a species and population like coho, the conservation unit is very, very broad. So we're talking about an area from just north of us all the way down to Chilliwack, Hope. So it's this huge, huge area, and it doesn't consider the fact that you have a population here. Lower Bridge River coho are a unique genetic population. They are different than other populations within that conservation unit. But DFO only looks at the conservation unit as a whole. So it doesn't consider the fact that our fish have impacts from BC Hydro. They have impacts because of mining. They have impacts because of what happened at Big Bar. So they have all these things that are happening to them, and primarily BC Hydro, that aren't happening to the rest of the conservation unit. So without a change in the wild salmon policy, there isn't an avenue for us to self-report. So we're telling DFO we have a problem with these coho, and there's not a real analysis happening within DFO to say, yes, here you have a population degradation. And that's because DFO solely relies on their own data. They're not including our data for overview or for decision on the strategy for the conservation of that population. So they don't consider what we have. So DFO is coming to site. They're doing a limited amount of data analysis or data collection, very, very limited, nowhere near as intricate as we do in the Bridge-Seton system because of a hydro. So.
Thanks.
The JMT Statlium section, we had a meeting with DFO regarding hatchery production of coho, and DFO was very against it and very rude, you could say, and Jess, Gary, and myself put lots of pressure on DFO, and we weren't very nice. And then magically, a couple weeks ago, we got approved to do a trial on hatchery coho. So that's a huge win, but we just really needed to put pressure on DFO, and it worked. So I think moving forward, if DFO is not going to do anything, the Statliam communities just put pressure or just do it. An example of similar scenario, Diddy Dot and Pitchy Dot, which are New Chalmouth communities, Hawaiiat, which is also a New Chalmouth community, and then ONA, Okanagan Nation Alliance, they all did similar things related to their hatcheries, and they just did it without DFO's approval, and now their case studies of how just doing it for the sake of saving the fish works. And it's really funny, if you talk to Diddy Dot, Pitch Dot, and Lillooet, their DFO praises them now, and ONA. And I think that's what the Statliam communities need to do to move forward, and let's just do it. Let's just make some fish and help the salmon.
Okay, thanks everyone. Oh, you got one more question? Okay.
Hello? The question online is, are there any sockeye projects in the works, spawning channels, proactive measures for floods, etc.? That's from Jolene.
Yeah, so in terms of sockeye, there is projects being done, not necessarily through the Joint Planning Forum. And I'll give an example. Sekw'el'was has been operating a spawning channel in the Seton River for 40 years or so. That was the requirement. That was by DFO to BC Hydro. And so that program continues to operate. We still have the lower Seton and the upper Seton spawning channel. One big loss, I think, has been the loss of the Sekw'el'was spawning channel, so the spawning channel in Darcy. And what that really came down to, at least from my perspective, is an abandonment of the program by DFO. So they essentially just stopped funding it, they stopped being involved, they didn't do maintenance on it, and that hatchery, or that spawning channel exists but doesn't operate anymore. And it's even further impacted by the slide that happened there a couple years ago. And so unfortunately, without investment and without some funds put into it and responsibility taken by DFO, that spawning channel will no longer operate. So there is the lower Seton and the upper Seton spawning channel.
Call up Xwisten and Aquaka for the Enhancement project coming up next. There's going to be Vroni, Sherry, and Christopher Fletcher doing the presentation. Do you want a couple more microphones? Do you want more microphones? Do you want me to sit over there to take your...
No, I would like to do that myself. Hello, everyone. I'm not used to speak through a microphone, so this is awkward. My name is Vroni. I'm a Xwisten biologist, and I just want to give you an update for the rootstock program and what we have been doing in the river in last year. So this is a Xwisten-led program in close collaboration with Sekw'el'was, but we also want to thank the Joint Mitigation Table, BC Hydro, and DFO for working with us. So first of all, I want to give you an overview of what this presentation is about. We're going to have some background information. Then Sherry is going to talk about the field methodology and the collection of egg and milts. And then Chris is going to give an update about the Sekw'el'was hatchery and the rearing operations, and an upgrade on the upgrades in Sekw'el'was. And then we're going to be talking about fish marking, pit tagging, and adipose fin clipping. And eventually want to show you some of the fish we have been releasing. So for the background, this project was initiated by the Statliam chiefs that expressed concerns about the Chinook fish population and the inability to recover themselves after high flow events. So this program is to mitigate the loss of natural production. So a pilot program was started in 2019. However, it was interrupted by a big bar slide. And then in 2020, Sekw'el'was, well, for the first time, they started to incubate and rear Chinook fry. We do take a subsample of Chinook via PITAG, which is passive integrated transponders, and then we do release them back into the river, and that's important because that way fish basically have their own names, and we can monitor them, like for out migration and coming back into the system. That is just providing us a lot of data and kind of like helps us understanding kind of like the biology of Chinook fish. So last year was very successful. In 2022, we were able to bring 75,000 eggs into the Sekw'el'was hatchery, and then 50,000 fish were released in fall this year, or last year, I should say, sorry, and another 25,000 will be released this spring. So this is just kind of like an overview of like the Chinook salmon life cycle. Most of you are probably familiar with it. So this is just to indicate, like on top we have the hatchery contribution, and then on the bottom here is the natural cycle. And this is just to explain that by having eggs and rearing eggs in the hatchery, we can up the survival rate by almost 80%. So this is an overview of like what the setup in the river looks like. And in 2023, we have a pink year with pink salmon like migrate up the Bridge River. And this is the bird's eye view of like what kind of gear we have in the river. So we can see the river is flowing down, indicated by those blue arrows. And then what we do is like we have like all these panels in the river, and each of these lines represent like a panel where fish are basically blocked from migrating upstream. These boxes are downstream and upstream trap boxes where we can fish, where we can trap fish basically migrating in both directions. And then these pink panels, they're installed because they're just having a slightly like wider gap, and so pink salmon, they can just passively migrate through the fence. So like the bycatch of species, like non-target species, are not a problem for us. Furthermore, we do have a holding tank in the river, and that holding tank, we keep fish we are catching in those trap boxes until they're ripe and ready for harvest. But we have to obviously check on them once in a while and see like how they're doing and if they're ripening up. And so therefore we have these sorting cages where we can take out the fish, check them out, see how they're doing, and then either hold them longer or take those eggs. This is what it looks like in real, as in a picture. And these round tanks are really nice because they allow the fish to swim in circles, which they much more prefer. We have like an intake and an outtake, which you can see in the left-hand picture. And on the right hand, you can just see like what it looks like in the river by itself. These tanks, or this tank allows us to work these tanks without extra pumps, so that water can passively just like flow through, and we're relatively independent of like any other infrastructure such as pumps and other electrical things. So egg and milk collection happens in mid-August to the end of September, and the fence is located just above the Yallacum confluence. And yeah, this is what it looks like to install all the gear in the river. So I'm just having a couple of fun pictures here for you. And this is what it looks like when all the gear is in the river. So like the entire the entire river is blocked off, and we can trap those fish in the trap boxes. And with that, I'm going to give over to Sherry.
Hello. This past year, we had a run-in with a wildfire with the Casper Creek and Mission Mountain Fire. The fish operations were interrupted for several days, and we had to let the Chinook run through, so we didn't get as much eggs as we hoped for as last year. So that was a little bit stalled, but we got what we could. Here are some pictures of the Chinooks that we were able to get. We have our co-workers, our colleagues of last summer of our catches. For the egg and milk collection, we take the eggs from the females and the milk from the males when they are ripe, when there's one of each that's capable enough to let go of the eggs and the milk. We also take genetic samples, and that's using a hole puncher, and we take a sample of the tails for genetic samples in hopes that the Chinook we're catching are from the Bridge River. We also take otolith samples. Those are little white ears that we take and for age. And scale samples, we try to take at least 7 to 10, because there's some that are regens, and we can't use them in order to define where they've been. So salt water to fresh water, and their age. Also for disease control, when we take the eggs, we use a syringe and take the ovarian fluid to check for diseases. And we take a sample of the kidneys, and we send them off to see if they have any diseases, and if anything in that case. If they do come back positive, we would take that batch of eggs out from the other eggs so they don't get mixed in with the ones that are very healthy. So last summer or fall, we got 9 males and 11 female, resulting in 29,000 eggs from the egg take last fall. And here's a video clip of just a process that we're doing. Taking the fish from the holding tank. This is the female. We're bleeding the fish. We'll be taking the eggs. And then the males we take and we release them after. Here's taking the scales. And next we'll be taking the otoliths. We cut at the top of the head and above the nose to get back into the brain area to get the otolith. And there's that process of taking the milk. And what we do after is we transport them to Enhancement. And this is how I like to transport them. I buckle them up for safety. So I gotta protect the babies, you know. We do that right after, and we bring them to Nkwakwa to bring them, and we mix the milk and the eggs together to fertilize them when we get down there, and then we'll let it sit for a minute or so. Then we'll rinse it out, and this is the trays that the incubation tray, to put them in where they will grow. And this is where Chris Fletcher is going to come in.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chris Fletcher, the Sekw'el'was Hatchery Manager. I'm the one that helps to look after the health and safety of the Chinook as they're being raised at the hatchery. So when Sherry shows up, we gather the eggs and the milk, we put them in a bucket, add a little bit of water, and that's the activator that activates them to fertilize. We leave them in there for about a minute, stir it up, and then we put them into the incubation trays where they spend most of their time. They become eyed, hatch, and then they button up. And I don't know how, you want to switch this for me, please? So here's Sekw'el'was. I was just learning this yesterday. Sekw'el'was Fish Hatchery. This is a new sign that we just made up. That's my Auntie Joyce, the Varge. She helped with the naming. So we put that at the entranceway because it's a little hidden lane and it's hard to find. So now with this big sign, you can find the hatchery nice and easy. Next. So here's the incubation room where they spend most of their time. So they arrive usually in September, and they'll spend their days in here till about late January, early February. And then once they have buttoned up fully, we pond them into the Capilano troughs. And here are the Capilano troughs right now. As you can see, we have 5 of them. We used to only have 3, but because of this program, we were able to get 2 more so that we could hold more Chinook salmon. And it's easier to gather and look after them in these Capilano troughs for our coated wire tagging, adipose clipping, pit tagging, collecting the pit tags for the retention study, and just overall doing, once they go in here, we do bulk samples weekly, as you see it in Jessica's, the little thing that I gave her with all the data. So we do the bulk samples, and that lets us know how big they are, and then by that we can figure out how much food to feed them weekly. And here's some of the upgrades. This is the concrete raceway. As you can see on the left side, it's just getting worked on. It was deteriorating and falling apart. There was no way we were going to be able to use it. So we got Robin Thacker from the island, fiberglass expert, came in, raised the walls up by 2 cinder blocks, fiberglassed it. He made these new screens for us, and it's so that after they're done growing out of the Capilano troughs, we can move them in here so they have more space, more oxygen, just a healthier, more place to grow. And as you can see, the water's full, and on this side we have some Chinook salmon swimming around, and we got a shut-off valve put in as we didn't have one before. And then I team up with Julie the Varge with the summer student work program. So some of the students get to choose where they want to work, and so some of them choose to come down and work at the hatchery with me. And they come down, they work with me for 3 weeks at a time, and they just love it. They love everything about it. Here's some pictures of some Chinook salmon. On the left, you can see like the regular guys, you know, nice, big, and healthy. On the top right, you can see there's an albino right in the middle. It's very rare. It's the first time we've ever seen them. And on the bottom right, it's a little stubby guy. We call those Volkswagens. No, that's all right. This is you? All right. Okay.
Peter? Okay. Testing.
I was just wondering, is it only Chinook that you're working with?
It's only Chinook salmon for the last 3 years. We were doing trout at one time commercially, but we had to decide one or the other. And the Chinook salmon program seemed a lot better, and we just believe in it more. And we just, we stand by the work and love what we're doing and trying to repopulate the Bridge River system with Chinook salmon. But eventually, we would like to have coho as well, as the coho numbers are very low in the Bridge River. So this coming year, we got approved, and we're going to do a pilot program of Chinook and coho.
Yeah, I know this is a question that's been kind of hanging around for a long time, but I'm just wondering if what was the decision, or how was the decision made to put up a fish fence for the Chinook capture versus angling? Is that a Danny question? Or?
I think the fish fence was thought to be more effective versus angling. So that's basically the reason for it. Because it passively, like it basically it's catching fish that are migrating up the river like 24/7. And you can passively let the fish fence do its job without actually being there. Like we do check the fish fence twice a day, but you don't actively have to be there to monitor it. It does its thing by itself. So angling obviously is like a lot more engaged, and hopefully this. I mean, like there's good success angling as well, but like success rates were hoped to be better that way.
Okay, thanks. So I think the genetic sampling is so interesting. Have you had any results that shocked you, or are these all the fish from Bridge River that you're receiving, or has there been any variances?
There is other genetics coming up the Bridge River as well, but the majority was genetically from the Bridge River. Yeah.
And the rate of diseases. Sorry, I just have all these questions because I don't know about this, but the rate of diseases, is there a high, low, medium?
Very low disease levels so far. Like we had in 2022, we had like a little bit of IHN, but like we were still able to like keep those fish in the hatchery, and we didn't run into the problem that we had to outplant eggs or fish. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks for trying to save our salmon.
Welcome. Well, the presentation isn't quite finished. So we also do some adipose fin clipping, which has previously been mentioned. This is an external marker, and that really helps to differentiate the wild population and the hatchery population in the Bridge River when they are being released. We do also do coded wire tagging. Coded wire tagging is a teeny tiny, hardly able to see like wire that's being shot up like the nose of the fish. That wire has a number on it, and that DFO uses that for stock identification. This is a DFO requirement, but that goes hand in hand with the adipose fin clipping. So all fish from brood year 2022 have been clipped and also coated wire tagged, and we now have also pit tagged approximately 25,000 fish. Pit tagging really helps us to understand because you can install in the river like some antennae that will monitor like the out migration and for fish to come back into the system. So that's why we're doing that as well. And I just want to show you like 2 little clips what that exactly looks like. So, oh, sorry. So here you can see Ron is making a small incision into the fish, and then we can place those pit tags into the fish. And then we have a machine that reads that pit tag. So once the machine reads the pit tag, that fish is basically named. And then here is a little video of like what the coated wire tagging and the adipose fin clipping looks like. So the adipose fins are being clipped with like very sharp, small scissors. This is a process that goes super quick. And then once they're clipped, they go down a pipe and they're being coated wire tagged with this machine where like a small wire is being inserted into their nose. And this is what our general kind of like station looks like when we do the marking in the hatchery. And while doing that, we also do have a lot of fun. So like a big crew like comes together from Xwisten Fisheries Department to Sekw'el'was, and then it's a lot of work, 75,000 fish to process. So we were together for like approximately 10 days where we like had a lot of fun while working. So this is the team, and then I just want to show you also like some videos of the fry release in the lower Fraser River, which we done last fall. This is Travis Peters, our lands manager, releasing some fish. Chris comes down with a big truck full of fish. There is like some ceremonial release where like people from the community have the opportunity to release fish in buckets, and eventually those fish, the remaining fish in the tank, are being released via this hose, which is like a really great experience, and everyone enjoys it a lot to give those fish back to the river. So this concludes this presentation, and thank you, and want to open up for questions if there's any more.
Testing?
No, just one thing, Bonnie, that we did find this year. We found 2 of the 2018 release that came through the fence. And that was the smallest release year of only 3,000 fish when we used Spires Hatchery. But yeah, we got 2 of those fish through the fence this year, and it was kind of like, woo! So more to come, I hope.
How do you know when the fish that you use are healthy? You know, for using, you know, you only cut 18 of them to do that, and they're all healthy ones.
Yes, we do. We do have disease samples we're taking, and they're being sent to a lab in Nanaimo and analyzed over there, and only healthy fish are being kept in the hatchery.
So when the Chinook salmon are at the hatchery, it's a gravity groundwater system. So we go to work every day, we clean the screens and we clean the tanks, and we just monitor our Chinook salmon every day for crowding. You know, maybe they'll nip at each other's fins, and then you kind of notice that they're too crowded, so you got to move them into the bigger tanks. So we move them into the concrete raceways. But throughout the years of raising these Chinook salmon, I'm very proud to say that I've done a really good job. I've got a really good crew, and our fish are healthy.
Denise Antoine, Papetla Council staff. I was just wondering, like, when you remove the adipose fin, how do you know that the sports fishermen aren't getting those fish down on the coast? Do you get like some sort of a report or a form given to you if somebody had caught one of those fish?
So when those adipose fins are clipped, that identifies the fish as a hatchery fish. That gives the opportunity to sports fishermen to send in the heads of those fish to DFO, and with that coded varietag that's being shot up their nose, they can, like, DFO can identify the stocks and say whether or not, like, that came from the Bridge River. Does that answer it, or?
Do you get a report?
Oh, do we get a report?
No, we don't, but
It was our first.
that's the first year we have been doing this, but we are hoping definitely to work closer with DFO to get those reports. Good question.
And there's a second piece to why we decided to add a post-fin clip. Under the high flow settlement agreement with BC Hydro, BC Hydro needs to meet a certain amount of fish production in the Bridge River. So there's a fall standing stock assessment where we look for juvenile fish, and it's been going on for almost 30 years. And that's sort of what the guideline is for BC Hydro to fund the project. So for us to identify the difference between a wild fish, baby fish, and a hatchery fish, we need to do that fin clip, or we can't find that number for BC Hydro, if you know what I mean. So BC Hydro needs to have a certain amount of fish production through the high flow settlement agreement, and the only way to do that is to do the adipose clip. It's
basically, we don't want to skew the numbers from the wild population, and we don't artificially want to inflate those numbers by including hatchery fish which weren't naturally produced in the system.
And it's a catch-22, or it's a big deal sort of across British Columbia. A lot of the hatchery programs don't want to put adipose clips because, yeah, you're right, rec sector and commercial sector will hammer them, but it's kind of what we have to do for now.
Danny, I was also going to ask about that. Do you think that the Bridge River run that are getting clipped runs at a different time that the commercial or that the sports fishermen runs come up the Fraser? I just wondered, like, with Denise's question, she asked if they get mixed up with the sport fishermen. So I was wondering, maybe they come at different times of year so that the Bridge River Chinook won't be in the same category as the sport that are down in Chilliwack.
I guarantee there will never be another wreck fishery in the Fraser in the next 10 to 20 years. Just given the forecasted numbers every year and the pressure from communities, from environmental groups, everybody's not going to let DFO have a Chinook fishery. But there will be a commercial fishery and a rec sector fishery in the ocean that may intercept bridge fish and other fish in the Fraser, but that's a whole other can of worms that we're not going to fix. Because to be honest, I don't know if many people know, DFL allocates 60% of the quota actually of ocean catch to the tourism industry rec sector. 30% goes to commercial, 10% goes to FSC, and it's completely backwards because that 60% goes to the tourism operators that run fishing boats and charter boats. They hammer the fish. It's not the commercial sector, it's the rec sector. And that's where we need to, as a collective, put more pressure on DFO to actually put allocations like the commercial sector on tourism operators along the coast, or we're not going to have any fish going forward. East Coast does it on Canada. Many places in Europe do quotas for tourism operators. We're still not there. We're kind of lagging behind.
Thank you. Michelle Edwards. I work for the Statliam Chiefs Council. I'm the TMU coordinator. I want to thank you for the information. I worked on the Bridge River back in the early 90s before the flow was even released from the dam, and it looks very different. But one question I had is, the lamprey still out there, and do they spawn there, and are they an indicator for the health of any system? So I don't know if anybody can answer that, but there was millions of them when we were out there and we would catch them. So they're still there. So there's a food fishery for the land and the wildlife. The other one is a lot of the work that we're doing here, that's not our food fishery. And just like Danny was talking about, tourism is probably the biggest impact out there besides BC Hydro. The two of them together are going to be a beast on the salmon. And I was just talking with our neighbors here to the south that what we're doing up here is going to be impacting their fishery. And so there has to be a conversation that we have to be having with the people of the south. And when we're doing these water use plans and studies, should we actually be looking up north? Should we be going to Quesnel saying, hey, we're going to be doing some projects, maybe we can go and help you out, because those are the salmon that are actually feeding our people. What we're doing here is we're feeding the land, we're feeding the wildlife, we're feeding researchers, because they're the ones coming in, they're benefiting from the work that is going on here. So I just see it as a very complex system that we need to look to the north. That's our food fishery. What we're doing is we're feeding the people south of us, obviously the rec fishery, and they need to know that. They need to know that there's good work going on here. It's benefiting them, so how do we reciprocate these benefits with them? Thank you.
Hello again. I'd like to give a little history on Bridge River, my side of it. 1989, we had 2,000 Chinook spawning in the Bridge River. This is below the Yankee Creek on down, because there was no flow in the Bridge River, upper 3-4 kilometers since 1960. 89, we had 2,000 Chinooks spawning in Bridge River. 2006, we had 200. 2007, we had 200. 2008, we are down to 100. 2009, we're down to 12. That is because of the introduced flows from the court-ordered introduced flows from Terzaghi. They actually introduced warmer waters, actually cooler waters in summertime, benefited the fish. Wintertime, the water was insulated in low-level outlet. That water entered the Bridge River, lower Bridge River, actually warmed the water up. It induced the Chinook eggs to emerge, actually hatch 100 days early in December or January. There's no food, a lot of predators. So our numbers dropped from 2006 down to 2009, down to 12 fish. Mitigation with BC Hydro, we talked with them. We requested the flow release be 1 cubic meter per second. We were doing 1.5, so we dropped it down to 1 CMS. Actually lowered the water levels, cooled off the water. We brought our numbers up to 500, 600 again. We're up there at 600, 700, 800 now, but we've been having a lot of trouble with bringing back our salmon there. We actually requested that we no flows coming over court-ordered flows 1992. So, but yeah, we've been having trouble with our Chinook, and the high flows now are continuing to impact the salmon, all the salmon species. Excuse me. Yeah, the high flows that happened since 1960, Terzaghi Dam, the high flows that you've released every 3 to 5 years for maintenance and such created a main channel down the middle of the river. All the side channels were isolated. Those are the ones we salvaged every year during the high waters. I just had to bring this up, just a little bit of history from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobo. And we have actually done an incubation study this year to address this issue with warmer waters coming from the dam, and it's quite interesting to see that the hatching of the eggs appears much earlier when the fish are coming into the system earlier and ready to spawn earlier. So within like the 6 weeks of like the Chinook run, we do see like the hatching of the eggs much later and much more delayed. But fish that come in early, definitely like that's a problem for them.
Any more questions or comments? All right, Danny, are you ready to rock and roll? Thank you for your presentation. Danny's going to talk about the big blockage at Bridge River this past fall.
Zero.
6280.
6280.
I'll reread that. 6280. Thank you. We'll do one more. Okay. Six, 2, 7, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
This can be a quick disclaimer. If I miss anyone or anything that happened in this general overview, I apologize. Moon can help me out. It was pure chaos for about 3 or 4 weeks. Nothing really was written down until afterwards because it was just go, 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 go. So I apologize if I miss anything. It was a very stressful time for a bunch of us. And before I do anything, I just want to say thank you for everyone who was involved. No words can sort of explain how thankful we are that everybody came out. And I'll get into that a bit more. But I'm going to talk about the fish ladder, the salvage work, and then the operations that followed down at the Xwisten fishing rocks. I've had a few different pronunciations of the word. I'm going to try it. Moon got me one this morning that hopefully is the correct one. So close enough, but that was my shot at it. So I'll just get into it. So just this first image, we have Chief Daryl working his magic in the bottom left-hand corner, and I'll get into it. So I'm just going to go through sort of like the issue and then the chronological order of what's happened, and then the future of what might happen down at the rocks. So I'm just going to jump into the issue. So we all know Xwisten fishing rocks and the hat clip side on the right-hand side. So the main issue before we jump into what happened is the aging infrastructure that DFO has for the fish ladder. This was built, I think, in the 60s, Bobo? What year was the fish ladder built? 45, even earlier. So very aging infrastructure that doesn't match today's standards and climate. And then, so that's the right-hand picture, and then the fishway which we use to move fish over. So that was the issue. So on September 12th to 24th, those 2 weeks, various community members raised concerns about the water levels in the Fraser and the fish potentially getting trapped. Xwisten sent some fisheries techs down in land crews to observe. They definitely noticed the water was dropping, but fish were still moving through the rocks. But there was a significant number of fish that had already, the river must have dropped and then gone back up. So there was already, and then dropped again, and a significant number of fish had died in the fish ladder before anybody sort of knew what was going on. Then the next 2 weeks, the next week between the 25th and October 1st, Bobo went down with DFO RRU unit, that's the restoration unit, to look at the fish ladder. Fish were still moving through, but Bobo told them that it's going to be, we're going to have to salvage soon. So we had crews monitor it, and then the following week, on Thursday night, Chief Darryl Bob from Hatclip, Moon, Chief Ina, and some council members, Moon, and some community members, as well as Xwisten Fisheries, we went down to the rocks. What we saw was the fish ladder wasn't operating. There was barely any water moving through the small gap where the fish were moving at one point. And we started a minor fish salvage. Me and Ray Bob, who's in the back, we moved maybe couple hundred fish, and we also moved a bunch of rocks above the rockway to help increase the flow, and fish were starting to move naturally on their own. And then that night, we put a call out to every Statlium community, to all the communities around Lillooet, the Alikim community, everywhere, to help move fish up and over the blockage. In October 6th and 7th, I'm going to say magic happened, because it did. It was probably one of the most powerful experiences I've ever witnessed, is that so many people answered the call to come help move fish. So this is a little bit, some of the pictures. I'm going to show 2 films, but these are some of the pictures of crews. Yeah. Yeah. We had over, I think, 300 people come just on those 2 days alone. So you can see some of the pictures of people moving fish, but answering the call. I'm going to say the names because I want them to be recognized. All of Xwisten community members, Xwisten Fisheries, Statlium community members, SGS employees, all other communities from across British Columbia came, Lillooet Tribal Council, Splitrock staff, BC Wildfire staff, general public, River Voices Film, DFO, BC Hydro staff, PSF, and then everyone not listed, but everyone needs to be recognized for their efforts. So what happened on the 6th and 7th? Everyone worked together to move fish up and over the falls. Crews worked to dig a trench. As you can see on the left-hand side, that's what it looked like. And by the end, we had dug it right out, and fish were starting to make it through on their own. So that was a magical experience. We also brought down pumps to increase the water volume down the fish ladder. We had crews working 24/7 for 7 days a week, manning those pumps and keeping that water flowing. We also put a lot of pressure, Chief Ina, myself, Darryl, Moon, we put a lot of pressure on DFO because they were scrounging. They would not listen to us, and we said, we're going to go down there no matter what and move those fish. They were slow to act. They knew 2 weeks before this happened, 3 weeks, and they still didn't act. So we did it ourselves. And I want to let you guys know that we moved just alone on those 2 days over 6,500 fish. Salmon, all salmon, sockeye, you name it. So I want to just clap for everyone there.
of us.
You know, they've been feeding us for generations. Here we are now helping our salmon. We have that responsibility to look after the salmon as they look after us. So all we can do is, to the best of our ability, make them, help them along the river.
The main channel of the Fraser is too strong and powerful right now due to the low water levels in the Fraser. It's creating a choke point, and this is the only access right now where fish can move over and move up to the upper Fraser. And right now we've moved about 2,000 to 3,000 fish up and over, and they're making their way home to the upper Fraser tributaries.
We're hoping that we get all those fish that are stuck in those pools up and over the falls so they can go and continue their life cycle.
You know, we have to help them. We have no choice. We have to do this by hand. Our people are coming out, and it's amazing to see people coming out to pray, to sing, to help carry the fish upriver, just to do the work we have to do. That way of life has to continue. That we carry that responsibility to look after Mother Earth.
The Fraser stocks are more or less in collapse and have been for a few years now. So the importance of getting these fish up to the spawning grounds is vitally important for what remains of the Fraser salmon, to be honest. We had a poor Chinook year, we had a poor sockeye year. The only thing that has come back in abundance is pink. And with the future, with climate change impacting the water levels in the Fraser, we're going to be in dire straits, and this is the only thing that's going to help us right now.
It's time to really listen to our people on how to manage our fishery. We've been here for hundreds and thousands of years. We know the cycle of the fish and what they're doing, and we're here to help them. So it's time to start letting us do our own work.
PSF, Pacific Salmon Foundation, learned about what was going on and took DFO's hand and put it in the fire. The best way to explain it. They came through when DFO wasn't doing anything for us. Pacific Salmon Foundation really jumped in and started to help get things moving. One of the things that I just want to address is DFO didn't really care about the sockeye. They were more worried about the coho moving through. But as we all know, the sockeye are kind of like the bloodline for many of the communities up north. And we needed to get those fish, even if they said they weren't going to make it, they were still silver and they were going to make it. So just wanted to point that out. And so between the 8th and the 12th, crews worked to sandbag within the fish ladder to create more of a channel and flow, and they actually got the fish moving through. And I really love this video. As the water was starting to move through more, this happened. They started to make it through, and it was pretty amazing to watch. So then between October 13th, 18th, after lots of email exchange, texts, calls from Moon, from myself, from Ina, we really got things moving. PSF said they would we'll pay for it. Don't worry about DFO, we'll pay for it. So essentially, we got helicopters flown in, we had a spider excavator come in, and we still had tons of help from BC Wildfire Service and community members. We filled hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sandbags, placed them in big bulk bags, and the helicopter flew in and dropped them to create step pools to raise the volume of water below the falls and allow fish to pass naturally up and in the falls. Then the spider excavator came in and chiseled out using a big hammer drill on top of the excavator to chisel out more pools and steps for those fish to move through the falls and lower water. I just want to mention North Hydraulics, the engineer firm, really helped in helping to design the setup, and it turned out to work really well. You can see how we filled sandbags here and down below, and it raised the water level just below the chute. So it raised the water level to make the jump not as hard for those salmon moving up. Just a few pictures of the rock excavator working. And the spider excavator also jumped into above the fish ladder and dug out the channel deeper to let the water start moving a little bit better. But the day after this, the Fraser dropped again, and it didn't work. The only thing that was working was the falls. So this is just an overview of all the works. After all the work we completed, you can see the falls are a little bit more manageable for the fish. The fish weigh, there's more water volume in it, and then that was what the channel looked like after the spider excavator was in it. And this is another highlight. You can see the fish using the new pools that were chiseled out and making their way up. Just going to show one more film. All these films are online. I'm not sure if people saw them, but the PSF one and the River Voices were probably the best ones. Global News covered it, but I don't think it was that great. Is it not connected again? Coming down here for the first time, my initial reaction was my heart sank in a way because there were so many fish pooling down below the fish ladder, and you could see the main stem of the Fraser, and it was a raging torrent where you're like, there's no way fish are getting through there.
When I went down right to the river and I saw the salmon crashing into the rocks, flopping back, trying again to make it, and there were thousands of salmon. I've been a biologist for a long time, but I've never come across conditions where so many salmon were working so hard to get past a spot and not making it. This part of the Fraser River is a really, really important place for salmon and a really, really important place for First Nations communities. Salmon have been fished here for thousands of years. It's a place that's culturally very important, and it's really one of the main arteries for salmon that are moving all the way up the Fraser past this point. One of the big issues is the Fraser River is so low. It's lower than it's ever been before at this time of year. And there's a fish ladder, and the river's so low that the water's not even flowing through the fish ladder. So salmon are unable to use the fish ladder to get around the rapids, so they've been looking for another way to get through.
The next few days, everyone teamed together to shuttle fish up and over the falls where they weren't getting past. And over 2 days, we moved about 7,000 sockeye and coho over the passage. We worked on the upper part of the fish ladder to dig out a trench to get water flowing. We were able to get a helicopter in to shuttle massive sandbags and bulk bags and drop them into the pool below the fishway and build the water elevation up. And then eventually the spider excavator came in and started building a better channel for the fish to jump into pools, into pools, into pools, and to create a better way up.
This afternoon when I was standing on the site, I was actually able to watch salmon swimming right past my feet. And it was so satisfying to see that the thousands of salmon that were stuck now have a way through. This is a really serious and challenging problem. It's not one that anybody's got a handbook to say when this happens, here's what you do. PSF reached out to a top-notch engineering firm, and they came up with a plan, and then we worked with the local First Nations and DFO to agree to that plan, and then we helped fund the implementation. First Nations Fisheries Council has also put funds in, and the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance is bringing forward funds. So together, along with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, all of these parties are putting funds into this. In addition to the funding, there's been a lot of leadership on solving this problem from two local First Nations, Xwisten and Hatchery. Climate change is really adding a lot more pressure and difficulty for salmon. We're seeing drought, we're seeing fires, we're seeing floods that are outside the bounds of the normal variation that our salmon are adapted to. There's sometimes not a lot we can do about it. But when we have a situation like this, where there's thousands of salmon stuck in a place in the Fraser River, and we can get in there working with a lot of other partners and collaborators and do something about it, that's when we should. If you had been down there watching this, you would see that salmon never give up. They fight and fight and fight to get over these kinds of rapids and obstacles. And if salmon don't give up, we shouldn't give up on the salmon.
So that sort of wraps up all the works that were conducted and what happened. So future operations. Bobo and I were told that by DFO that they'd be working on the ladder this winter. Does anybody know where they are? Yeah, we reached out in January and still no word. They're supposed to fix the fish ladder. Nothing's happened. Xwisten will remove the sandbags in about a week, 2 weeks from now, with the spider excavator, just so during freshet, the spring water, they don't get washed down the river. But I think one thing that we worked together as a collective, but in the future we're only going to have to keep working together as a collective. DFO, Statling communities, all the communities up and down the Fraser, because climate change is going to drastically change the Fraser, and all hands on deck sort of thing, and we're all just going to have to work together and stop fighting between communities, stop fighting with the government. Well, we can bug DFO a bit more, but just everybody needs to work together and put pressure to make it change. And especially there's a Hell's Gate, another prime example this year. Hell's Gate, the bottom outlet, the bottom ladder, it was the only one being used by fish. If the water level dropped more than that, nothing was going to get through Hell's Gate. So it's just another thing we need to think about, because these droughts aren't going to change. And look at the Fraser right now. It's super low. It's the lowest winter flows I've ever seen in 10 years, and I've only been here for 10 years. And I can only imagine what everyone else feels that's been here their entire lives. So thank you. I really want to say thank you, and I want a big round of applause for Moon, because she was the ninja, the most amazing person during this whole thing. She kept everyone fed. She kept everyone alive. Yeah, thank you, Moon. Thank you, Becky, for always being there too. Thank you, everybody who came, because without everyone, none of this would have happened, and none of those fish would have been saved. And please email DFO and yell at them, because that fish ladder needs to be fixed and that fishway needs to be fixed. The northern communities, if any of you are here, yell at DFO, because your fish need that ladder. Your fish need a passageway through those rocks. Thank you.
I just wonder if has anybody spoken with the Ministry of Environment? They're the ones in charge of our water, and I just wonder, like, no matter how, if we fix those fish ladders, you still need water. And I know it's a really big topic on the agenda, as far as the farms, the mills, the mines, everybody upriver using the water. So I'm just wondering, what are the next steps as far as water goes?
Yeah, Ministry of Environment would be a great discussion. Rio Tinto would be a great discussion, but it's, who knows? It's like, such a complex problem, and I don't know where to start. It's like climate change it's just doing it. And to be honest, like that fish ladder, if any of those people have been around lately and walked through it, it's so out of date, and it just needs to be blown up. So I don't have an answer. Anybody, feel free to give us answers, because it's all on us, and the province isn't doing nothing, and neither is the government, the federal government. So I don't know.
Any other questions or comments?
It's working. Yeah, mine is 2004, the province changed the Forestry Act, replaced it with the Forest and Range Practices Act, allowing logging industry closer access to the riparian. We lost 30-meter riparian management zone, 20-meter riparian reserve zone, replaced with a 5-meter machine-free zone. I saw this happen in Upper McKay. We were looking at a Forest and Range Evaluation Program, Cultural and Heritage Impacts. Looking at the cut block, there's a stream going through the middle of it with no trees around it. It had signs up, 5-meter machine-free zone. But feller bunchers capable of reaching within that 5 meters and taking those trees. It did happen to this stream up Upper McKay. It's probably happening province-wide. I've been bringing this up at workshops, meetings with DFO, and they come back saying that they are looking at the wording, professional reliance. That's what the forest industry is using. Original professional forester writes prescriptions for harvesting, and they want to make their bosses happy, so they write the prescriptions that the bosses want. Close access to the riparian. It's been happening since 2004. Our water's been warming up. We got high freshet. No water in the summertime when we need it. I've been bringing this up every chance I get, and I say that industry is killing our salmon by removing protections of the riparian. I just had to bring that up. Thank you.
It was a good presentation, Mike. Oh, there it goes. Oh, way. Anyway, just wanted to thank Danny and especially the Bridge River community at large for what we did in the fall time and all the helpers, you know. With all of that thank yous going on, I think one more important thing is I think people have to realize, bluntly said, DFO does not give a shit about fish on the Fraser River. I think the sooner people realize that, the sooner we can get work done. Really, I really truly believe that, and it just proved it over the fall. We were sitting in a meeting with DFO, and we were talking about the fish and how the fish were dying. Chief Ina and myself, and their only response was, "We're waiting for rain." We knew well it wasn't going to rain. We knew that. It's coined a phrase Cookby Gary John would always say, and I always remind him, quit managing Indians and start managing the fish. And it was so evident in the fall. When we did this work, it was sad. You know, it's sickening that you got a department that will allow people to feed shit fish on the ocean to people when we have the natural salmon. They're not wild. Our salmon aren't wild. There are natural fish people on the land. And all of this change that's happening, to me, I think Statliam, we should make our own with the Intlakapma, start making our laws. Because they're telling us not to fish. They're telling people not to fish. We hardly touch it compared to what's out there. We have to realize that because of our people don't eat, the cost of living today. We have to find that balance. But we also have to realize it isn't DFO's chicken feed for chickens, as our elders would say in Chachlip back in the day, giving us chicken feed. And then talking to chiefs after this incident, they came up to me and said, "We had a funeral. We have an agreement with DFO. We have to go ask them to catch a fish for a ceremony to feed our people because it's something natural." That's 1872. I think we really need to really realize that. I checked the schedule, and Moon says, as soon as she sees me, she says, DFO's not here. So, well, Rebecca, sorry, that's why I'm here. I will not meet with DFO in a setting like this. They don't deserve your time. They don't. If they want time with us, they should do something for us. Tomorrow, all they're going to do is water things down, reading the report, and the shit they're going to present to our people. It's bullshit. Excuse my language, but it's true. They've been doing that for years. I remember Cookby Gary, Saul, Mike, Tmichus, Cookby Arthur, Cookby Michelle, the many chiefs in the past. And each year it gets worse. The sea lice and whatever else on the Discovery Islands, we're making headway with that, thanks to Bob Chamberlain and all the hard work he does. But I think the leadership that got their hand out begging for chicken feed with DFO have to come together and start realizing that there's more than DFO out there. There's nations tied to the Fraser River that can dominate the decision-making within. Right up to Prince George. DFO is not our friend. One thing DFO knows is if the salmon are gone, we're gone. So they're letting the salmon go. The sooner we realize that, the sooner we can start working together on something different. They know. They just play stupid. All government officials play stupid when they ask us these questions. We just have to figure out how we're gonna work with it. Our community, for the many years that I've experienced, we've never went to DFO meetings with the first Fisheries Council and stuff like that. It's not on our radar. Because realistically, when we do go to that, just being blunt, all the chiefs start attacking. I went to one, just one in the 10 years I've been a chief. And all I did was it got attacked and asked, when am I going to stop fishing? When are your people going to stop fishing? Got to conserve the salmon. My only response was, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the fish. And it's so evident this fall. We cared about the fish. The people that came out and worked and to help work with the salmon. Those ones are the true salmon warriors. I raise my hands to you. You know, it's sad that listening to that response, but it was expected, listening to that response from DFO. So we have to find different ways to monitor the river. We have to find different ways. I don't know if there's, somebody mentioned to me when we were working out there in Bridge River how low the river was, and is there any dams impacting the Fraser River's water flow up north? If there is, that's what we should be doing, is attacking that to open these waterways to get more water down during the summer. It's later and later into September that the fish are going up north. They know the weather's changing, so they wait. And $150, $10 a piece, coming in crates from Alaska, shipped to Coquitlam, and Native organizations are actually buying that salmon from Alaska. So I didn't say anything to him, but I thought about it for a while. I said, gee, that sounds like a good idea. He said, that fish is really good. I said, it must be. And he looks at me, I said, because it's Fraser River salmon. Anyway, I'll close with that. Thank you.
Direction 11 and Xwisten Babco. Good morning. My name is Don Sam. I'm the fisheries manager for the Lillooet Nation Tribal Council. Thank you for the words. You know, some of those Lillooet communities that got that fish is some of the merit groups or the Siska groups, and good old DFO came along and ripped our nation in half. And we've always kind of had the fight with some of our communities. But, you know, when you take a look at the fishery, and I was telling Chief Michelle that I've been working with the fishery for, well, I'm retiring this year from the Tribal Council. I've been there for 33 years. And back in the day, 2007, Bonnie will remember that we were in Lytton, and Bonnie and I were sitting there talking to the chiefs. Bonnie says, how can we get our nations to work together? So we sat down, we drafted up a letter of understanding, an LOU, that Grand Chief Salteri and Chief Robert Pascoe signed off on. And it was a letter of understanding to work with the management of the fishery, because we weren't part of the watershed signers. And when the AFS came out in 92, 93, it really destroyed a lot of communities and some of the nations that were ripped in half. So we sat there with the leadership and we talked about the fishery, how we can support each other with a food fishery. And so we got them to sign off the letter, and then we were looking at the intertribal treaty that was developed around 92, 93. It was a treaty of mutual respect and understanding. And it was a treaty we wanted all the First Nation groups to sign on the Fraser and say, we will argue a fishery as First Nations along the Fraser and not have DFO involved in that. We wouldn't accept their funding for meetings or gatherings. So back, we were getting so close of everybody signing on to that treaty where we can work together and look at food fishery. We've never supported the sales of fishing. We've never promoted the sales of fishing. So we talked about how can we make sure our families get fish for food, and we were looking at how we can work together. And then things didn't really pan out with the intertribal treaty. The AFS agreements came out and they said, sign the dotted line. You can get so much money. And a lot of the First Nation groups said, well, you know, for their projects, they would sign on these agreements. And the Lillooet Tribal Council back then didn't sign those agreements. So it made it really difficult to work with our own communities within our nation, and it really upset a lot of the chiefs. So right now, you know, we're working on our fishery programs and projects, and how we work with the department on our food fishery. We always remind DFO that we didn't sign those agreements, but we still have family members in each of those communities. And when we argue with DFO and it's time to go fishing for a food fishery, it's going to be our leadership that will tell them when we're going to go fishing. We don't ask DFO when we're going to go fishing. We say, well, the chiefs met and this is our harvest plan and this is what we're going to do. Oh yeah, they'll kick, scream, punch and cry and fight and everything. But, you know, that's the way we look at how can we look at a food fishery for our members. We know the conservation concerns. We know the issues. You know, we won't fish the last fish, but we need to look at fish for today and how do we get fish for tomorrow. And we've always looked at working with the Statlium, and it would be nice if the two nations could sit down again and talk about the fishery. We haven't done it in a long time because we look at all the concerns, and you know, when the big bar slide happened, you know, we came up to the meeting and we were looking at the Chinook fishery. We even asked the minister that, you know, would they shut the sports and rec fishery down in the marine, like shut it down. You know, we need every fish to get to the spawning channels. They came back with a letter saying they're going to a size restriction and they wouldn't shut the sports and rec fishery down. It clearly shows that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, they're there to look after their sports and rec fishery, their commercial fishery, whatever can make, to me, is the mighty buck. To us, we look at a food fishery and we say, well, you know, we can't go fishing on the Fraser during that time, so we waited and we did a fishery on the Thompson River. But it's so important to, when it comes to these stocks concerns and poor stock returns, and how do we work together and how do we support one another. And you know, DFO comes out with these big meetings. Their forum is going to be in Burnaby coming up here really quick. And we go there and get the information of what the fishery is going to look like for Chinook, and then maybe what the sockeye fishery is going to look like. But we remind them, nobody in the room speaks for Intlakapam but Intlakapam. When we need to sit down and argue a food fishery, we'll do it with DFO in our backyard. Because there's too many times when we argued with DFO and they said, well, they, down in the meeting at the room, they said this. And I said, who's they? And who are they speaking for? And I said, they certainly don't speak for Intlakapam. We will argue our own food fishery. But we certainly know the concerns and the issues around the fishery. So when our leadership sit down and talk about a food fishery, we're very conservation minded, and we try and make sure that we just take what we need and that's it. So we also had a slide a few years back in the Nahatlich, and the members were there also packing the fish over the slide. DFO didn't race down, come give us a hand. So it clearly shows, you know, the people that totally rely on the fishery as a source of food, and we've always told DFO, it's the lifeblood of our people, and we'll fight tooth and nail to help them out when they need help. And I know Kevin came up and did a few prayers when the fish were having a hard time here. So I just wanted to let people know that, you know, we come a long ways from working with the Statlium, the Intlakapam, the leadership, and looking at the concerns and the issues. And it would be nice to have that support and work together closely when it comes to any kind of concern or how we look at a food fishery. You know, at times I tell the chiefs, I had one chief come to me and said, Don, how come we can't just stick to politics over there and look at a food fishery? And I said, right. You know, we need to really look at this source as coming back year after year after year and feeding our people. But I just wanted to, let you know that we hear the concerns, we see the concerns, and we want to support, anything where it impacts our food fishery as well as your food fishery. Cook's Gem.
Just a couple of quick comments, quick questions off of the people on the internet. So Jolene asks, is there a Statlium Chiefs Council sockeye resolution? And then she suggests join forces with all First Nations. Kathy James, we used to be able to fish August and September, but now we're down to 4 days if we're lucky. I just wanted to make sure that we're not forgetting people that are online, so that their questions or thoughts or comments are let out here as well. Does anybody have anything else quick before we start doing some lunch? Okay, Michelle?
If they were going to the Chilco or to Quesnel, because again, that's our food fishery, so of course we're going to show up and get them up there. But that's a great conversation for all Statlium, is to talk about the complexity of the Fraser River salmon stocks, and all 136 communities actually fish the Fraser River salmon, right? And that's from the coast to the USA to upriver, and I think that's a great conversation for all of us. And DFO shouldn't be in the room for that conversation. Yeah.
Chief Sid, would you say a few words before to make a prayer for our lunch? To introduce the next presenter. So Upper Fraser Fisheries and Conservation Projects by Gord Sterritt of UFFCA. He's from the way up north, and he's got lots of information for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Can you hear me? Is that a thumbs up? I'm going to try sharing my screen. I can't hear when you answer me, so.
We can hear you good. Thank you, Gord.
Oh, the mic. There you go. Yeah, I'm just trying to share my screen. There we go. with me here. I'm trying to share my screen, but can you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
We can see it too here in the gym. Thank you.
Okay, and it's in presentation mode.
Yes, looks good, Gord.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start here, but I'll start with an introduction. Simigaget, Sigamana, Kan, Kubawisik, Luamgori, Wingiasam, Amayuk Tun. My heart is happy that I'm here and be able to present to you this afternoon on Upper Fraser projects. My name is Gordon Sterritt. My hereditary name is Sekw'el'was. I'm from the Xwisten Nation on the Sekw'el'was River. And also, I work with the Upper Fraser First Nations as the executive director of the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance. I believe I know many of you and I've worked with you and over in the past and then more recently as well. I want to thank you and thank the Statliam Nation and others that were involved in the efforts at Bridge River on behalf of Upper Fraser First Nations and the UFFCA. I just want to thank you for your efforts to protect those fish and the various stocks and species that were still coming up the river when we were faced with low water conditions early on in the fall. And so hats off and again, thank you so much for the work that you did. I heard earlier through the presentations, people were talking about not to be worried about the sockeye and stuff like that and where those sockeye were going. I don't think we have any DNA. I think there was information or data that was collected and samples that were collected and stuff. I'm not aware that that's been presented yet, but I would say that primarily a lot of those stocks would have been going, or sockeye would have been going to the Chilco, maybe the Lake Stewart region up in the Stewart Lake area, and Quesnel. But again, not aware of the data. But I just want to say that, I mean, as pointed out, those fish are just as important as any of the other fish. And you exercised and illustrated your responsibility as stewards of the resource. I know we quite often get caught up in the fishing rights and whatnot. And these are our rights, and we can go fishing whenever we want. But with those rights, also come a responsibility to protect the resource for future generations. And again, just hats off. Hamea, thank you. Yeah, so anyways, I'm going to present to you, a little bit about who the UFFCA is, some of the work that we've done, and working in collaboration with yourselves and others on the Big Bar response. And also, and then again, going into what we're doing now and what we're looking forward to into the future as far as planning and recovery and whatnot. So again, I'll talk about the UFFCA. I'll describe the region and how we're sort of, how our structure is from the UFFCA perspective. And then again, Big Bar response, the 2023 enhancement efforts, some of the other projects as mentioned, and then I'll be open for questions. Thank you. So we're an Indigenous-led organization. We've been in existence since 2001, formalized through AROM agreement in 2005 with a collaborative management agreement with DFO. Our mantra, I guess, is promoting accountability and conservation, protection, and ensuring sustainable harvest of Upper Fraser salmon, or salmon that return to the Upper Fraser. And also, we're really focused on the health of the ecosystems upon which they depend, and that includes the entire river, knowing that, I mean, the entire river and the natal streams. We provide technical analysis and advice on conservation in the Upper Fraser to our membership, 23 First Nations. We review, some of the programs that are implemented by the federal and provincial fisheries agencies, and also participate in some of those, and then do some of our own work in parallel with what those departments do. We respect and honor the role of ATK, Aboriginal Traditional Knowledge, in informing and furthering science in the area. Many of the nations have incorporated ATK into some of their planning. We've done sturgeon work, collecting ATK on sturgeon, steelhead, interior Fraser coho. And also we have protocols in place on how to share that or not share that information, but really to allude to it so that the governments understand that there's this really important piece that needs to be incorporated into management and considered when developing management plans. And again, I think I said this earlier, we provide information to our member communities. We help them in processing IFMP responses, providing information and template letters and whatnot, because we know that everybody's really busy. This is part of our role, and we want to be able to support those nations. So our mission, I mean, utilizing the best in Western science and TEK with the common voice, we seek to influence all levels of government and as well as general public in recovering and rebuilding and sustaining those salmon stocks for future generations. So, and we continue to stand by that. This is what the Upper Fraser region looks like. We're not broken down into territories. We're not broken down into the community's traditional territories. We're broken down by watershed. The UFFCA is, and that's how that's our approach to engagement and management. We've got all these different areas that within the watershed in the Chaco Stewart that has Chinook stocks as well, early Stewart, and some of the Francois and Nadina sockeye stocks. Upper Fraser McGregor, primarily all Chinook area. But there is some sockeye stocks within that region. We've also got the Cottonwood Blackwater, sort of transcends across two different watersheds, transcending across the Fraser, but and primarily Chinook stocks that are returned to those areas, and the Quesnel horsefly, which has got everything: interior Fraser coho, pinks, steelhead, sockeye, Chinook. It's one of the smaller regions, but and in the past and historically has been one of the most productive. Now we've got and then we go on to the Chilcotin and Chilco again, which sort of transcends, and it's all about like how do we incorporate some of these areas that maybe are outside of a particular watershed. But this was what was determined in when establishing the UFFCA a number of years ago. Back in 2001. Just a little bit more detail. I talked about Chinook. We've got the Upper Fraser mid-spring or Upper Mid-Fraser spring Chinook, but we've been listed as endangered. We've got 12 of those stocks are actually, I believe it's 12 stocks that are Upper Fraser Springs, but we had 13 stocks overall, sort of an early time summer run that was also impacted by the Big Bar slide in 2019. Upper Fraser Chinook, summer Chinook, not listed as, they're listed as threatened, but not endangered. And not so much impacted by big bar slide, but impacted by other factors outside of big bar. And I would say that's when we're starting to look at some of the recreational fisheries that you discussed earlier, and some of the challenges there, and trying to influence how we manage those stocks so that they're there for future generations. And then returning to the Upper Fraser, there's 24 designatable units in the Fraser watershed. 9 of those designated units return to the Upper Fraser. We've got 3 considered not at risk. 1 is a special concern. We've got 5 considered endangered, and 6 of those, again, subject to further impact by big bar slide, were the early time stocks, early Sterritt, the Bowen, and Taseko, which are part of the early summer run. And you can recall that those fish were held up for a long time in 2019. Just a little bit more detail about the Upper Fraser Chinook stocks. We've got the spring 5-year-olds. There's 12 conservation units. As I pointed out, we had 13 that were probably impacted, 13 stocks that were probably impacted by big bar slide, but 12 of them would have been designated as early spring, or the spring run. Over there on the spawning stock, you'll see all the number of all the streams that these fish return to. And there's other streams too as well that maybe not listed here, but that they might move around to and when they do get return home. 10 conservation units for the Middle Fraser Springs, and we consider this sort of that middle Cottonwood, Horsefly, Chilcotin area. And then the Mid-Fraser Summers, which includes some of the stocks that return to your area for the Bridge River. Just a little refresher, pre-2019, the stock status for the Upper Fraser Chinooks, they were in peril. This is endangered by Kosewik, and out of frustration by Upper Fraser First Nations, started acting on their own accord to protect those stocks for future generations. And I'm actually referring to sockeye here, where we were having conversations with DFO, having conversations with ourselves on how to protect early Sterritt sockeye. Tackling the Causley wanted to do something. They were going to go out and get a hatchery in the box. We did invite DFO to participate, opened up the opportunity to come and participate, and in response, they actually created more space within some of their facilities to really go about protecting and collecting early Sterritt gametes, eggs and milk, and protecting those stocks for future generations. I would say that unless we had opened up the door, I don't think DFO would have got involved, but we would have continued on with our efforts. And then, big bar emergency response further impacted those fish, continued to impact those fish beyond 2019, and some of the stocks, and this will be the first year that we actually see what the impacts, or realize what the impacts of big bar in 2019 will be to some of those Upper Fraser Chinook stocks. And we know Chinook, their survival rate was a lot better than sockeye. Last year we were dealing with the fourth year of sockeye returns, and some were good, some weren't so good, but overall it was very good. So realizing, once we moved past the big bar response in 2019, we started sort of setting ourselves up for monitoring and tagging. We're working with some of the nations and communities in the Lillooet area to do that. And again, trap and transport, sort of this contingency planning in case, what happens if we see a similar scenario as 2019, what do we do? And then DFO, to their credit, agreed that, we need to be on site and we need to be prepared. And then we started getting into some of the enhancement. We did a little bit in 2019, collecting brood stock. And some of those fish went into a captive brood program for additional enhancement. But in 2020, we started to look more at really looking at what emergency enhancement would look like until such time that we can get through the big bar period in era following and set ourselves up for ongoing recovery into the over and beyond the big bar region or time period. So we had enhancement. We set up the facilities. We had transport trucks. Becky, others from the Satlium Nation were involved, and we started collecting brood stock at Big Bar itself. I think we had some, what I can recall, there was similar efforts within the Lillooet area, and then we also downriver were collecting brood stock just in case those fish could not make it back to your area and our area. And then 2021, same thing. Organized and facilitated a trap and transport, a lot more planning involved. We had working groups, and I'll show you that I think on the next slide. Several working groups that we had, and meeting every day of the week and planning for which stocks we were going to focus on and prioritize, how we were going to prioritize those, how we were going to trap and transport, all the logistics involved, and then the tagging and monitoring, which is really important to understand where those fish are, how they're moving, and whether they're getting past the slide area. And again, enhancement increased our capacities at the facilities, including the Quinnell River Research Center in Williams Lake, likely area. It's been a mothballed DFO facility for a number of years, and through Big Bar and the challenges facing Upper Fraser Chinook, we've been able to sort of revitalize that facility, working with UNBC, the University of Northern BC. It's a research facility, so there's other opportunity there. But we've been working, really revitalizing, getting into a place where we can comfortably say that we can have we can raise fish in there. If something happens, we've got a number of backups and for water, and so I think we're ready to take on a bigger role in the Upper Fraser. Still knowing that we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket, and that we still want to sort of share those gametes with different facilities. Because if something happens in one facility, we can continue to recover and enhance those stocks based on what we have in a separate facility. This is sort of what it looks like. We've got this document. I think it's like 100 and something pages, sort of captures what we did in the early days, 2021 or 2020, and then started planning for 2021. This is the document we actually been using since then, maybe updating it a little bit when we sort of made some changes or made some improvements to our plan. But this is the enhancement plan from 2021 that we've been sort of utilizing since then. Again, a collaborative effort, really good discussions. I mean, sort of incorporating everybody's perspectives on the work we're doing and the data that's been collected in the past. We've had DFO resource managers, DFO technical staff, DFO salmon enhancement program staff, and as well as stock assessment, all being at the table. Sometimes it's not always easy to have some of the conversations because some of the department, I guess their different factions or silos aren't used to coming out and collaborating and participating and having those conversations, but and being direct. And we've had some very frank and direct conversations about how, if there's an issue, and working our way through that issue, and how we're going to incorporate the different perspectives or data sets that are expected to inform those decisions. And I'd say it's not perfect, but it works. And I honestly, I think it's some of the best examples of collaborative exercise between the department and the province and First Nations, not just Upper Fraser First Nation, but First Nations all together for a long time. Here's some of the working groups I talked about. The Early Stewart downstream program, setting up a fish wheel. We fish wheel work collaboratively with communities in Lillooet. We had the fish wheel down below. My on the Fraser, anyways, and with the purpose of, again, monitoring, but also collecting early Stewart sockeye before they reach the Big Bar Slide. We've had fish wheel down at Matsqui doing 2 fish wheels at Matsqui, down the lower Fraser doing the same thing. We also had early Stewart natal planning, how we're going to go collect natal streams or broodstock from natal streams, which streams we're going to target. Same with Chinook natals, a totally separate working group on that. The trap and transport working groups, as well as facilities working group, with DFO staff and SEP staff. Again, trying to identify what our capacities are. We had an enhancement task group, as well as the project management group for this particular project. And then we had overseen all of these projects was the Joint Executive Steering Committee that was struck in 2019 and has been continues to be in place since then. We're now sort of looking at, we're not necessarily meeting once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks or once a month, because we don't have a lot of those activities happening around the Big Bar Slide itself. But we continue to maintain those connections and that organization structure for Big Bar response. Just sort of continuing to build off the enhancement. These are some of the facilities. Again, I mentioned Tacklin and Nikosley. We've got both communities in the Stewart Lake, Stewart Trumbler, Tackle watersheds have one, if not 2, hatchery in the box. Nikosley actually has retrofitted an old DFO hatchery or provincial hatchery. I can't recall which one it was, but they had an old facility and water source, and so they've retrofitted that so they can also utilize that and increase their capacity from a hatchery in the box, which has usually can carry about 120,000 fish. I think Nikosley's goal is to get up to, I think they're at 600,000 fish now between the hatchery in the box systems they have, but they can are still looking to increase that capacity to close to 1 million fish. In Prince George, there's also the Spruce City Wildlife Association, very active in the community, been involved in collecting broodstock and protecting some of the Upper Fraser stocks, Bowen, Swift in the Upper Fraser, and so we were able to partner and collaborate and sort of work with Spruce City in what their approach would be in taking during the Big Bar response in taking broodstock and what stocks to focus on. Again, I mentioned the Quesnel River Research Center. This was an old DFO facility that was purchased by the University of Northern BC and used for a number of grad students and projects over the years. And through Big Bar, we've been able to revitalize that hatchery system, and we've got some pretty good capacity. And we continue. I think this week we're putting in some additional tubs for rearing. And so they would have been in last week, but it was pretty cold out, so we're doing that this week. And again, the SEP facilities, we got Inch, Spias, Shuswap, Cultus Lake, which is a research station, and Chehalis for Chinook. And again, that's sort of referencing don't put all your eggs in one basket, use a combination of facilities. So if something happens at one, like a atmospheric river that sort of didn't destroy Spyas, but really interrupted it, or it just, there was a lot of issues and damage that was done that could have been worse. I would say, I'd put it that way. But luckily, I think we managed to save some of the stocks that were housed at Spyas when that happened a few years ago. But if we didn't have them in Quesnel River Research Center and Takla and other places, then it could have been disastrous. I said this is part of an old presentation as well. Presently conducting the fry release of 4 populations of sockeye and 13 Chinook. Actually, this will be starting coming up in March. We'll be looking at release dates and announcing release dates if other communities want to participate and see what's going on and where these fish are being released. We've been encouraging that, and a lot of the communities in the Upper Fraser have come out to these releases and done form ceremonies, bidding those fish a good journey and a return in future years. A little bit more detail. I mentioned we categorize some of these stocks. There's several stocks within the Upper Fraser that we consider strategy A stocks, like really extreme conservation. We need to focus on these stocks. They're down to 1 or 2 individuals in a stream of 40, 50, 60, 100 kilometers long, and impacted by big bar. And so that would be our priority. And then we'd have, like, say, so we would do a lot of planning around that, how we're going to catch those fish, what are we going to do with them, how we're going to split them up. And some of those stocks actually, I mean, could have collected a lot of air miles because we were flying the eggs and the milk from their natal streams or Prince George area or wherever we could get them to, down to the lower mainland, and getting them into those facilities so that rather than driving and into issues along the road. Category B, conservation. We use primarily truck transport for these categories, and we'd have trucks going back and forth. And I think a lot of SER, Statliam Eco Resources, and others were involved in those transport activities and driving vehicles and supporting. And then we also had some contingency stocks. If something happened, we had other stocks that were potentially or were perceived to be impacted by or were impacted by big bar, and so, but we're faring better than the category A and B stocks. And so, if something happened and we slipped on or couldn't collect enough gametes or couldn't find any fish in one of the category B streams, then we could go and switch to a contingency stock and continue to hold that space, but also help those fish. These are just some of the pictures of the adult brood programs on the Bowen. I think this is up sort of northeast of Prince George when the river turns and heads back towards the Alberta border. So yeah, these are some of our crews. We'd have crews on pretty much every fence or stream that we were working on, and then wherever we needed, we'd big bore and steal from another crew to make sure that we had enough people when we were opening up or working on one particular stream in a day, but we were always monitoring the other streams at the same time. Here's some of the fry release. This is in the Sekw'el'was River, north of Fort St. James. The ceremony at the top, and with the community of Takla. And so, yeah, it was exciting. The community came out. There's long ways to travel in between communities up there, and quite often, 100 kilometers from their community, actually down the road to this release site. And so it was very special and important to have everybody there. On the bottom, you see some of the helicopter activity. Some of the regions are pretty remote. They can be accessed by vehicle sometimes, but in the spring when the snow's on the ground, and we just couldn't get in there, so we had to utilize helicopter transport to return those fish to their natal streams. the juveniles to their natal streams, and with specialized buckets, could automatically release any one of those containers, depending on the area you were and the stream you're on and whatnot. So it's pretty neat. This is to show you the enhancement facility up in Takla. The community is very proud of that. We're all very proud of it, the work that they've done, and the capacity they've built to do this. And Takla's been frustrated for a long time. They're the last possible community on the Fraser River in the Fraser River watershed to have access to the fish that return to their territory and the natal streams within their territory. And so they've got this facility sits near their water station. They've got good water, and they can release they do releases into the Hudson Bay Creek, but also Kazwa and other creeks that you saw in the previous pictures there. Hudson Bay is right in the middle of their community, and is one of the early Stewart spawning streams. Just with regards to hatcheries, I mean, I don't purport them to be the perfect response to recovery. I actually think they can be damaging, but sometimes they're also all we have at the time. And it can be, as pointed out here, it can be beneficial to fisheries management, rebuilding, as long as it's carefully planned out. Without a plan, we just don't want to be going in there and just collecting fish for the heck of it and not understanding what we've done or how we can backtrack and fix any situation if we've enhanced a stock and we see some issues. At least by documenting everything and every step of the way, at least we've got something we can work with if we are unable to avoid some of those unintended consequences. Just going back to some of the big bar, I mean, and everything. This is just a slide that shows the nations and communities that are involved in field operations since 2019 and right up to 2023. So I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in this and protecting these fish and working to ensure that they continue to migrate to the Upper Fraser for everybody to enjoy along the Fraser and marine migration routes. So other activities, right now we're in 2024 planning for big bar response for Chinook at the very least, knowing that this is the 5th year. We should be seeing fish returning from 2019, and so and we'll get a better understanding of what the implications of 2019 might have had on those stocks. We're also starting to embark on some restoration planning, working with DFO. The early Stewart nations are working on starting a recovery process. Right now, focused on the early Stewart area, I guess. But as things evolve and the process gets started and underway, and different working groups are established, that plan is to start to reach out beyond the Upper Fraser and reach out to the nations along the migration route, knowing that this isn't, I mean, yes, these fish return to the Upper Fraser and everybody relies on these fish. So everybody needs to be at some point in some way engaged, different levels of engagement. And even just sharing information. So in the future year, probably over the next year, you'll start to hear from this group for the early Stewart sockeye recovery planning. You'll start to hear from them wanting to come and share some information and engage with your communities and on how to continue to protect these stocks, but also accommodate Section 35 rights. Same with Chinook. Actually, I mentioned in the Pacific Salmon Foundation their role in Bridge River and working, and subsequently the UFFCA is working with the Pacific Salmon Foundation. We both have a little bit of funding available, and so we decided to collaborate and establish a Upper Fraser Chinook recovery planning process. And same thing. I mean, right now we're gonna focus in the Upper Fraser watershed itself. What are the issues facing those Chinook there? But we will have to reach out and engage more broadly as we sort of get the process underway and better understanding of what issues are facing those fish. And we know there's fisheries, we know there's recreational fisheries, we know the First Nations fisheries, we know that there's migration issues and whatnot. And the intent is not to upset the balance or anything. But to have direct conversations with more broadly identifying those issues and how to and explaining what we see as some of the issues that are facing those stocks and how do we address them as a whole. We've been working on a lot of stream restoration projects. One in particular is the Chilako, where it's like probably an 80-kilometer long stream, been severely impacted by logging and agriculture. The whole lower end of the Chilako River is all farms and everything, braided and really been interrupted over the years. And so we've been working probably for 5-6 years now, or even longer, in restoring that one project at a time. UFFCA was leading this. We built capacity within Clayton Tenay Nation for the crew. And now Clayton's taken over that project and they're running the project with their own technicians. We're involved in a lot of stock assessment activities. We work with DFO, collaborate with DFO on some of the Chinook enumeration, the Halley enumeration. We also do floats, some of the Northern Shuswap and TNG, the Sekw'el'was, and Glasden and others are directly involved in stock assessment activities, whether it be fences or stream walks or helicopter or whatever. Have been heavily involved in those projects for a number of years and starting to look at assuming responsibility for a lot of the projects within their territory. We also like to, knowing that, sonar is taking a greater role in enumeration and understanding what's going on. We've done pilot projects where we go into a stream. That's an important contributor to the overall Fraser returns. And we've done pilot projects where we've sort of gone in there and established that a sonar as ARIS or a DIDSON is an appropriate methodology for enumerating fish and understanding what's going on in that watershed, troubleshooting some of the issues that we might have by utilizing a sonar, and then moving on to a next stream. DFO or the community itself have picked up, taken the opportunity to include that where we've done in pilot, have taken the opportunity to go in there and include or start their own program off the information that we provided. And we want to continue to do that because we don't have the capacity, or we want the capacity within the communities, but where we can help them out and establish the rationale for such a program, we're there to help implement that program and support those communities as well. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gord. Does anyone on the floor have any questions for Gord?
I have my hand raised. Janice.
Oh, hi, Janice.
I am back. I'm still not feeling well, but here I am trying to give it a go here. Thanks for your very awesome presentations, and I really believe in that collaborative effort that works well all along the Fraser River. We've pushed the Mount Polly seemed like has been pushed under the rug for quite a few years. 2014, that's when it happened. And I really love your program, the Big Bar Landslide document, that might oversee some of the big issues like the Quesnel Mount Polly issue that has been going on for some years. Do you have any personal update on regards to that one, Gord, before I continue?
Yeah, thanks, Janice, and good to hear from you. I'm glad you're feeling better. As far as Mount Polly, I mean, there's been a lot of, I'd say there's been a lot of restoration work that's been that's occurred on Hazeltine Creek and where the slide or where the breach was and down to the Quesnel Lake. In recent years, we've seen, we knew coho returned to that stream, and we've enumerated coho on Hazeltine Creek for years. I think last year we actually realized the return of sockeye came to that, or because of the restoration efforts, we saw sockeye in Hazeltine Creek itself spawning. There's still I believe coho socks that return to that stream, and Williams Lake Indian Band is really involved, in their natural resource department's really involved in working and monitoring the work that Mount Polly mines are doing to that respect. And that there's also I think there's continued and ongoing studies in the Quesnel Lake Basin itself with regards to the sediment transfer and different things that from when the material that slid down the creek went into the lake, it didn't necessarily get really close to the mouth of the outlet of the lake, but it didn't necessarily get washed down the river. But instead, like a bathtub, sort of floated back into the lake, and there's my understanding is there's still material, sort of suspended material, floating around in the lake like at some point. And it just goes back and forth, but I can say that there's ongoing studies. And UMBC also has part of their program, I believe, is I'm not going to say for certain, but I know that they were working on it previously, and I think they continue to work on understanding the impacts of Mount Polly.
What about the legal issues? Have they been resolved yet, or what's the standing on that? Are they still not saying too much about that, or what's going on there?
Well, I know CNP, DFO, Conservation Protection Department, was investigating. I know they were at a point where they could press charges, or I don't know the exact legal language, but that they had put together a case against Mount Polly, and I think that case was filed. But I don't know where it's gone from beyond that. And that'd be a really good question for some of the DFO folks, just to understand where that's gone.
Okay, good. I'll put a red mark on that one for when DFO comes. Okay, with all the climate change happening now, and I'm pretty sure that we're all affected by the wildfires, in the past year. I know Sekw'el'was has been, and we're just trying to build ourselves up from the ground up. We weren't able to go into our fish fence during the wildfire or after the wildfire. With climate change affecting all of us. I know our northern neighbors, such as you in your area, were affected by the wildfires. Now, I'm wondering if your document, in the past, we never had any really good Bible that's going to help us work collaboratively with other governments, with other nations, and etc. Sounds like your Big Bar Landslide 2021 Salmon Enhancement Program might have some pretty good ideas on how to go work collaboratively with our fish. You know, our fish are going to be affected by these wildfires. I'm pretty sure of it. The hot temperatures, etc., climate change. I wouldn't mind a chance to read your document. Is it available on your website?
Not necessarily available on our website. I mean, UFFCA, we're in the process of updating our website so we can include some of these documents, and we probably haven't shared it. I think this particular document, I would say is, I mean, it's the enhancement plan for the work we were doing in response to Big Bar. Mm-hmm. Some of these other activities that I mentioned at the end of the presentation, the early Stewart sockeye recovery planning and the Upper Fraser Chinook recovery planning would probably be the more appropriate venue or way to get information, but those are just getting, which is going to incorporate some of this other planning stuff or whatever, but it doesn't look at, but they didn't look at water. We didn't look at, tired of me talking. Yeah. We didn't look at wildfire and some of those issues when we were doing this enhancement plan. So I hope that helps.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
I just wanted to mention that I did reach out to 2 different bands north of us, plus the Mount Poly mine itself. Nobody wanted to come and do a presentation. Nobody wants to talk until all the court cases are settled. Nobody wants to say anything. So I did reach out. Yeah. And
yeah, we've been inviting them for quite a while. Yeah, but another thing, I know that we had a really nice ceremony when the Big Bar landslide happened. We had a really gorgeous ceremony in the territory of Statlium. I forget what that was. I think Chief Fred Robbins called for a ceremony. Are we going to have another ceremony for the Bridge River attempts to thank everyone for their stewardship efforts in our communities, coming together collaboratively? I think that'll be a really good idea to think about, Rebecca. Maybe get direction from the chiefs or see what other chiefs are saying in our neighboring nations about a really nice ceremony, because I think all of the efforts from everybody needs to be acknowledged, and that's kind of like a way of closing things and kind of like a way of appreciating everybody that's working together. That's all I have to say right now because I'm getting called. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. So we've got a couple of questions here from the floor for you, Gord, about your presentation.
Yep, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gerald Michelle from Bridge River, Xwisten. Mine is just information. Like a number of years ago, the province come by and asked for communities to do lands and resource management planning. Excuse me. Statlium did not participate in this planning. We wrote up our own. We brought up the Statlium Lands and Resource Authority, building rules and regulations on resource use in our territory. Water protection, animal protection, we have built all those. Oh, excuse me. And I just like to recommend that other nations should participate in this program, whereas write your own rules for resource use in your own territory. Like we got water protection, fish protection, animal protection. We have all of those, and I advise other people to take that on. we worked with Western Canada Environmental Law. They come here and they coached us and they taught us how to go about that. I just want to share that with you and others too. We had meetings with participation from people from up north, and a lady come down and she talked to us. She said that they had to camp in their cut blocks, in their logging cut blocks, in order to stop the forest companies from spraying. More than likely they're spraying glyphosate, a poison that's killing a lot of things. I'm heavily against glyphosate. I can share more information, but spraying in logging cut blocks. The other one is, they're blowing up the beaver dams. Beaver dams are beneficial for forest and for fish. We're finding that out. Science is finding that out. We need better protection. In our territory, we are doing that. We are protecting the water and our fish through our land use plan. I use it heavily. I'm a resource user. Thank you. I just had to share that with you. Thank you.
That's good. Thanks, Gerald. And I think you had some points that earlier, or questions about, or somebody had, it might have been you, but somebody might have had some questions around whether there's dams blocking the Fraser and the Upper River and stuff like that. And I can assure you, on the Fraser River, there's no dams. I mean, there was plans back in 1910 or 1915 or whatever to have those dams, but actually the fisheries is what prevented the Fraser River from being dammed early on in history. There is smaller dams and stuff like that. There's flow control devices throughout the Upper Fraser, and I'm sure there's within your area as well for managing water. Sometimes for agriculture. Sometimes we built some of these structures for protection of fish and cold water storage devices. And you're right, beaver dams are important. If left alone, sometimes they can impede migration into the spawning areas, but they definitely are cold water storage areas for those fish when they return in the middle of the summer, and going to be just as important as we move forward with climate change and wildfires and low water conditions like we saw at Bridge River last year. I think water storage devices are something we really need to start to look at. It's something that the province needs to look at and consider. Maybe not on the Fraser itself, but I'm thinking about some of the different tributaries in the Upper Fraser. And the UFFCA, actually, we've been working for we started talking about it 20-something years ago. We started working on it probably 15 or 8 years ago, I guess, and working with some of the nations in the Burns Lake area for the outlet of Burns Lake to build a passive flow control where we would hold water back, but it still releases cold water during the crucial spawning period time in the fall, and allows migration of other species back and forth past it without us having to do anything. And so we've been working on this and going through some of the regulatory processes, and we've got approval, archaeology, making sure that we're doing all our due diligence to implement and emulate beaver dams in a watershed where it needs protection. Upper Fraser First Nations to recognize the work that your communities did. What are you doing, Becky? Can't hear me?
I just have one more question before. Can I go? Yeah. Thank you for the presentation, Gord. My name's Kate, and I work with the Statliam Chiefs Council as the policy advisor. Relating to the collaborative management agreement with DFO, you mentioned there are protocols around what to share and what not to share. So if I understood correctly, pertaining to your data ownership and protection of that, I'm curious if you would be willing to elaborate on that, or even sharing that protocol agreement.
Yeah, the collaborative management agreement with DFO, it's a funding agreement where we agree to work together. We agree to share information and data in season and post-season and pre-season. Basically describes how we're going to work together.
Sorry,
doesn't necessarily.
Just wanted to specify, it's about the protocols between the 23 First Nations about what to share with DFO and what not to share. I'm curious about that protocol.
So that's what I was clarifying what the CMA is, and then with regards to the 23 nations in the Upper Fraser, it's not necessarily, and it really it's our CMA is to provide support to those nations. But what I was alluding to when I was talking about some of the traditional protocols is that we've received other funding from the federal government to do traditional ecological knowledge studies and collect ATK and stuff like that. And because of the proprietary status of some of the information that's required or that we collected, we do not share that without those communities' permission. And we do not even share the details. We can allude to it, and DFO's accepted that. I mean, that's, hey, look, I mean, this is some of the information that you've collected, and as long as they know and that we can use it and whatnot. That's what I was alluding to with regards to that. It was more about the traditional protocol and traditional information and how we use that and not breach the expectations of our membership that we work together with to protect that information, but also make it available to justify why certain actions are required.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Anybody else online? Oh, here we go. Cook P. Michelle.
Hi, Gord. Thank you for your presentation. And I think it's regarding Mount Polly and everybody north of us. And you have heard me over the years say that, you know, in the Statlium, we need to be looking out for the north and what they're doing, and do they need help? Are they looking after the fish? And I think we're the same for Mount Polly. We don't want to meet with them to talk about the court case. I would like to meet with them to talk about what is the expertise that they are using, what is the expertise that's required. You've got a room full of people here who actually work on behalf of the Statlium Nation for fish and for the wildlife and for the water. So I don't know if that conversation can happen. The legal case will never happen in our lifetime, but we do need to know that we can actually all work together to rebuild that fishery. So that would be my interest. Cookstem.
Thanks, Michelle. And yeah, I think, and good point and good to hear from you. I just sort of thinking about that and the work that, I mean, since 2014, I haven't been really involved in some of the Mount Polly. And I mean, like I said, Williams Lake Indian Band has been involved intimately with that and establishing protocols and making plans for how that was going to be the approach to recovery and restoration and whatnot. And at some point, even in the Upper Fraser, we want to get Williams Lake Indian Band to come and present to us and share what they've come up with as far as planning and implementation. So I would recommend that they're way more knowledgeable than I am about this, and that maybe at some point we can invite somebody from there to do a presentation of what the perspective is. I apologize. I don't have any more than what I know that I shared with you earlier.
Hello, everybody. Moon Moore, Hoiston Council. I just want to reply to, I believe, Janice Billy about salmon ceremony. This is something that Hoiston is going to be doing. We're hoping to do it before March 31st, and we'll let you know, and we'll send out the invite. Thank you. Bobo?
Oh, Gord, some more. 2005, 3 First Nations from up north were partnered with the government to build a low-level outlet on Kenny Dam on the Nechako. Once the government got in, Campbell got in, he took that money away, so there was no low-level outlet put on Kenny Dam. Through the past 2 years, they've been spilling water, the top layer of water, the warmest water. So they spill and skin spillway, 20 degrees temperature right from the top, starts warming the Fraser. And I mentioned this to DFO, and there's nothing they could do about it, I guess. But it has been happening for a number of years. Spilling from that area, and I'm thinking of another, talk to lawyers and such. It's an industrial system built in 1952 to provide power to Kitimat, to run a smelter for aluminum. I'm thinking it's an industrial storage and it's a deleterious substance put into the Fraser. So going against the Fishery Act, I'm rambling here, but yeah, I'm against that spill that they happen on skin spillway. It raises the water temperature of the Fraser in Nechako. It's 20 degrees right away. So we've been having this trouble for a number of years, and Depot has done nothing about it. I just have to mention that. I guess that's about it. I just have to do that 2005. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Just a little bit of a response to that, and people might be aware, I mean, just recently in the last couple of years, is that those nations from that area had taken DFO and to court and have got, while they could not necessarily, because of the agreement that Rio Tinto has with the governments, change the management of those devices. It was recognized that it was important that Rio Tinto and this is in a nutshell, that they can that it was recognized that those waters are important waters to Nechako, Chinook, including the skin spillway, and that they need to be managed in a more environmental friendly manner for releasing cold water and stuff. And so we've seen that to some extent in the last couple of years, and we actually, through the Big Bar response in 2019, when the water was lower, we actually, working with the province, we got some action on the management plan, and we're able to spill some more water so that we can create a situation in the Fraser River where the flows could accommodate the fish migrating upriver. There's a whole bunch of details around that and exactly, but I mean, that, like I said, that's a bit of it in a nutshell. And I think those nations continue to, Sycus and Slatin and Notley and a few others all continue to work diligently to bring that watershed back to its natural state with the situation that it's in, as best they can. You mentioned policies and stuff. Those same nations that I just talked about have developed a Yinkadene water policy, and we were working and supporting them, those communities, and they're using that policy based on traditional law to manage water in that area, including the Nechako River and its tributaries to this day. Thank you.
Kathwako, Denise Antoine, and Scotchisha, Statly McCann, Muta Yunhana. I'm from the Stallion. Sorry. I am also from the Casley Wotan, and I'd like to thank you for doing so much work up there, because half of my family is from up there, and all the education and awareness and all the programs that you're doing, I really appreciate it. Kushtabka, masicho.
Thank you, and we're really proud of the communities and the work that they've been endeavoring to take on to protect those fish for all the communities and future generations in the Fraser watershed.
Any more questions or comments?
You got me working overtime now there, Becky. Hi, Bonnie.
Thank you very much, Gord. Thanks for your time.
Thank
We'll
you.
give you a round of applause before we let you go.
I just thank everybody. I always enjoy presenting to the Statliam and communities and letting you know what's going on in our area. Yeah, I mean, after this season, I think we'll have some more information with regards to recovery planning, and so be able to probably further update you on what we did this year and where those planning processes are at in the fall. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So we're going to break into probably 15-minute coffee break, but there's one thing I wanted to mention first. It's Thomas Moore's birthday. Do you think we could all sing to him? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Thomas. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Thomas.
We're going to do a
Okay, so I'll be doing a brief overview. So the Statliam Chiefs Council work is rooted in the Declaration of the Lillooet Tribe, and I believe you all have a copy of the Declaration. And what's most important that the chiefs back then indicated, they said that we claim we are the rightful owners to our tribal territory and everything pertaining thereto. Basically, this means fish. And I'm paraphrasing here. They also said, we never sold, ceded, surrendered, nor lost our territory in conquest. Basically, we hold unceded title to our territory. And also SEC's work is rooted in Hopkins, basically our laws and our way of life, as well as our traditional ecological knowledge, indigenous science. And so this goes way back to our legends, and when you take a look at our legends or hear our legends in regards to fish, there's two legends that pertain to fish. One legend is when Coyote went down to the mouth of the Fraser River and wrecked the weir down there, and there was a couple old ladies that were holding the fish back down there. And it's a long legend, but eventually, Coyote wrecked the weir and he was bringing the salmon up the river. And as he was coming up the river, he was hauling to the different tribes along the banks of the river. The fish are here, and then he's calling the salmon. As well as there's another legend in regards to when North Wind actually stole a young girl from down in the ocean. And so the fish there, they kind of strategized into going up north to get this young girl back. And so this is how the fish came up at different seasons. And it's another long legend, and I really don't want to get into this too much because it'll be taken away from some of the important work that we want to talk about, Kate and Michelle and SGS. And some of our ecological indicators as well is that, it's rooted into our culture and way of life. And like when the first run of the spring salmon comes in our territory, and the buttercup comes into bloom, and so that first run is named after the buttercup. And then when the rosebush comes into bloom, this run is named after that rosebush. And then later on, you have above in Kakite, and they're up on a mountain. As the weather starts getting warm and the snow starts descending up the mountain, and you get a shape of a horse there. Daddy was telling me, Sam, he was telling me, as soon as that head melts off on that horse, and Maryland called it a snow horse. As soon as that head melts off, he said the sockeyes in our territory. And also in August, when we have this grasshopper, the grasshopper, we call it clicka. And as soon as it starts making that clicking sound, it's a real distinctive clicking sound. It indicates this is a proper time to actually start making your stwan, because basically the grasshopper goes click, 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 click. And when you start making your stwan, you go down the backbone, and you're cutting through the backbone. It goes click, 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 click. And so these are some of the ecological indicators, and there's more ecological indicators but these are some of the ones that I want to point out. And also within net making, and like if we make traditional nets, and we have all parts of the net has its own traditional name. And it's really important in regards to like some of the silviculture work that we have our forestry crews working on, is that they need to be in touch with our elders in regards to where the elders actually get the first saplings to make the bow. It was basically up in Hucklip there this one time. I went out to the spot where Daddy told me to make the bow, and I went out there, and our forest crew actually through silviculture work, all the saplings were gone, but they done their job. And so it's really important to have a good understanding in regards to the cultural, traditional use of your territory before you go into some silviculture work. And so some of the other items that is really important is our fish rocks. And we have over 66 place names for our fish rocks, within our territory. And for example, in Hucklip there at Schit, we have Minmanel, which basically means shady rock, and another rock there just below, where David Wayne's family fishes there. There's another rock there called Enhancement. And basically that means like when you're fishing there and the current gets really rough and it pushes you back, so that basically means your back is pushed against the rock in Enhancement. And then there's another fishing rock just down below here. It's called Xwisten. And Xwisten is like a prefix for to lick, and k is a root word for behind. So and it's called that because like when you're fishing there, and then the water comes and it kind of splashes you in a behind. And so basically what I want to point out is some of our challenges is that we're encountering, and you heard it loud and clear over before lunch, was the systemic racism within DFO. And for example, in 1977 at Schit, there was 3 DFO officers that basically threw me to the ground, and when I only caught 4 fish. And so, but the irony of the whole thing is that the mouth of the Bridge River, about a mile below Schit, is that there was trucks and cars, parked all along the Bridge River there, at the mouth of Bridge River, and they were sports fishermen. And DFO didn't go over there, fly over there and grab each one of them and throw them on the ground and say, yeah, you're not supposed to be fishing, we're going to charge you. But they done it to Indians. So this is what we're really up against, I think, in regards to taking a look at, turning this thing around to ensure that, we have our laws, our values, and our principles implemented within our management of our fishery. And so this is going to be a challenge, when the federal and provincial government are talking about implementing UNDRIP and through a bill for the federal government, Bill C-15, and through the provincial government, Bill 41, is what they want to do is take a look at Indigenous laws and incorporate them into current legislation. But it's going to be really difficult because basically when we take a look at our Indigenous laws, it's really focused on 7 generations. And then when you take a look at current legislation, it's focused on exploitation of resources. And basically that's why we're encountering global warming, climate change, is because government keeps giving licenses and permits to industry to exploit resources, which goes against our values, our principles, and to ensure that there's going to be enough resources there for the next 7 generations, and where we can continue to have to practice our fishing laws, our fishing practices. And this is where, when people were presenting this morning in regards to the hatchery, this is what we're up against, is because of the exploitation of the resources and mismanagement of the fishery, mismanagement of logging, mismanagement of mining, is that, we have to go into looking at other avenues to ensure that the fish do not become extinct. So once they start thriving, and once politically we start turning around the situation in regards to where we have a healthy ecosystem, then our fish can be brought back into our streams, and then we could start utilizing our fishing rocks and bringing back our knowledge in regards to the fishery and our traditional place names. And so without taking up too much time, I'd like to turn it over to Michelle and Kate, and so they'll be talking about the work that we've been doing at the Xwisten Chiefs Council, then as well the work that has been going on with the Xwisten Government Services.
You do? Okay. So I don't need all of this. Oh. Without the mic? No, it's on this one. I'm just using this one because I've got my notes on there. Yeah, Kate will. Yeah. Did you? Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Edwards. I'm a former chief of the Sekw'el'was and Cayoose community, and I am now working with the Statliam Chiefs Council as the community coordinator, which I believe all years of experience that I've had in the field working with fisheries, forestry, and then being in the leadership role has brought me to a really good place in making sure that upholding our title and rights and our laws is something that I can assist with the chiefs. And over the years, we haven't had these staff. Art can attest to it, that he was having a really hard time. So it's nice that we have a team here to be able to do this. So you will start hearing more from us. So this presentation, so it's the Statliam Chiefs Council, Our Laws, Our Ways, and Hakman Kala, Muta, and Takman Kala. And Bobo was speaking to it earlier, so you can go to the next slide, about the Statliam Land and Resource Authority. And so the land is ours. So Chukala Ti Tumukwa, the land is ours. So as holders of one of the richest fisheries along the Fraser River, the Statliam defend and control a rich resource that feeds our people throughout the winter and serves as a valued staple for trade with neighboring nations. We hold title and rights and ownership to our territorial lands and resources. We are Uklamuk, the people of the land. We are a nation, not an interest group, as proclaimed by our ancestors in the Declaration of the Lillooet Tribe, May 10th, 1911, and that's what Cookby Art had handed out. And these are words that, you know, as Statliam and as even the people who work for the Statliam, and that's almost everybody in this room, all the organizations, we have to understand when we're out there working, we're actually upholding the title and rights of the people of the nation and the land, the fish, and the water. We all need to think like that. That's how we need to be thinking. Next slide. The Statliam Chiefs Council. Oh. So our vision is of a continuing and renewed relationship between the people and the land, which respects cultural traditions using the ways and Hakman laws and Hakman and standards of our people as passed down through generations. Respects nature, putting the health of the water, the air, the plants, the animals, and the land itself before all else. Is under Statliam authority, letting our people decide collectively how the land and resources of the territory will be managed, and serves the communities, recognizing the resources continue to provide sustenance in old and new ways to our people. And these are teachings that, you know, I've been hearing for years through the leadership before me, my chief before me, Cookby Perry Redan. You know, he just memorized these. He was a walking encyclopedia, and we really appreciate it, and sure miss that knowledge when we're at the table. The mission of the Statliam Chiefs Council. As mandated by the Uklamuk, the Statliam Chiefs Council is responsible for upholding Statliam inherent jurisdiction and to uphold and protect, maintain, advocating for Statliam's collectively held title and rights. Supporting Statliam Uklamuk's communities exercising their title, rights, and responsibilities in their respective areas of responsibility, areas of interest, and shared Tumukwa Statchimcha. The mandate was given back in 1992, maybe 96, I believe, by the people. And they told the chiefs, you need to get together and you need to work collectively together to uphold Statliam title and rights. And that's when they were formed, and they were the ones who sat and negotiated a lot of the agreements with Hydro, with the government, with the districts. The Statliam Land and Resource Authority, and that's what Bobo had talked about earlier, they were given the responsibility of developing the Statliam Land Use Plan and codifying Statliam laws that set the standards for how land and resource activities are conducted in our territory. The Statliam Land and Resource Authority, and I think it got changed to advisory shortly after, mandate is to protect Statliam values throughout our territory. Water, air, fish, soil, plants, wildlife, forests, culture, and heritage minerals are at the top of our list of protection. And that was, you know, I was sitting the other day thinking, because this group kind of didn't make its way to what it was supposed to, we just didn't have the resources to keep this group together to get them to work on what we needed to do, how they would have actually applied the laws to the agreement, to the water use plan that was negotiated with BC Hydro and Department of Fisheries and Oceans and our people. How would the water use plans have looked by being guided by these land use plans and these laws that we would have had that are in place. The RE-law, so RE-law was it's revitalizing Indigenous laws on land, air, and water. And it was, there we go. So this report was produced for educational purposes and to deepen understanding of Statliam law amongst all peoples. It is a contribution to the ongoing process of learning and revitalizing Statliam legal traditions and does not purport to be comprehensive or conclusive. Over the years, I've been sitting and watching our elders being engaged, and they're working with legal professionals, technicians, biologists, and they're sitting with them and they're getting their stories and their legal principles, their laws, the legends documented, and then they're putting them into these documents, and they always talk about, I guess, just the passion that we have, the commitment that we have, the heart and soul that we have for the land, for the animals, for the people. And it's not only Statliam, I notice it, all the Indigenous groups right across Turtle Island. So this, our laws, our ways, our life. Oh, I didn't change it in there. I'll catch up to you in a minute. So this was a statement that came out of there. And so in ancient times, the land and water of the territory were shaped by the transformers to make them good for the Statliam, and so that they could sustain the root people, the fin people, the four-legged people, and the two-legged people. All Statliam are linked together through time, Statliam territory, in an interconnected web of relationships with each other, the natural world, and other beings based on the language, our ways and laws. Family ties, the cycle of water and animals like salmon and mule deer through the territory. All stories are trying to connect the wolf to the fish, the bear to the fish, to the frog, and so they are connected by the waters and the forest. So this is statements that are coming right from the elders when they were interviewed to do the RE-law Indigenous studies through the lawyers. And so it's those statements that, that's what they were taught. That's what they grew up hearing from their elders, and they're passing on that knowledge and they're sharing it. And we need to be able to take that, hear that, and continue passing it on. That's a law in itself, is sharing the knowledge that is shared with us. There we go. Okay. So revitalizing Statliam law for land, air, and water. Again, it's still part of the RE-law. Some of you might have been engaged in the RE-law process. So since contact, our way of life has been altered forever. Within just a little over a century, our people have been devastated by disease. Our land has been under constant threat of theft. We are survivors. We are the epitome of cultural strength and perseverance. The Canadian government has attempted to extinguish us, our title and rights, to sever our obligations to the land, the plants, the animals, the medicines, and the ties to one another. And that's what we hear all the time. We're continuously talking about this, so we need to start turning that conversation into how do we make the change for us. We've seen this earlier. Water is as our protection areas, and that was the topic. That's what led the RE-law process. The Statliam principles place protection of water quantity and quality and timing of flow, including watershed restoration, first and foremost. The high cultural and ecological priority we place on water warrants a highly precautionary approach to this vital resource. And so we have this document now that guides us, and we'll be bringing this document out, and hopefully to all the organizations that work for the Statliam, so they understand what the elders were putting in place as legal principles and drawing out those laws. Is it that time? Another minute? Okay. Just go to the next slide. I just wanted to bring this up because we're talking about laws. And I always hear about the Bradley Bog. I'll hear it every year. This was April 20th, 1979, and he was charged with fishing against a closure, contrary to the Federal Fisheries Act. Indians defied a 2-day closure on the Sterritt Lake run by the Department of Fisheries. Bradley Bob, fishing on the Bridge River band side of the river, happened to be the one charged. Although the case could very probably have been won on a technicality, the Lillooet people have chosen to argue their case on the basis of their exclusive right to fish. And it's known that really you'll never be charged. DFO knows that we have the right to fish out there. And this is what we hear every year. It's our right. It's not our problem that you mismanage the fish. And that's why this case is really important for all of us to really understand. And it was also held here. This is where the Julian Hall used to be. It was down in the courthouse, and they got down there and they were all trying to squish in the courtroom. I don't know if you've been in the courthouse, but it's not a very big room. And you could hear the elders in there, like Sam Mitchell, sitting there, you know, Baptiste, they were like, oh my God, it's so hot in here. So they actually got them to move the case up into Julian Hall. And that's where the trial was held. And that's where the testimony was heard. And so, you know, here's some pictures. And I got these, they're on the Union of BC Indian Chiefs website. You know, and it's got their elders now. Back then they were young. They were ready to go. They were fighting for their right to fish. And so they were gathering up here with the lawyer, Louise Mandel, to talk about how they were going to proceed. And this is a fisheries officer, and he's talking to the elders. And, you know, it says at a break in the trial, the Lillooet elders explained a few things about fishing to an ideal fisheries officer. They were teaching him the ways, the respect, and the laws. You know, and when Sam Mitchell was up on the stand giving his testimony, he was asked, you know, where do you fish? You know, he's like, no, it's a secret. I'm not going to tell you. You know, and in the testimony, it's like everybody breaks into laughter, and then the judge looks at him and says, you don't have to answer that. So that was the elders that were the ones who gave the testimony about the old ways, the laws, that it was their right to go out and fish, and told that to the judge. Those were some of the elders, so Baptiste Ritchie, Adeline Williams, Sam Mitchell, Ed Thavarge, Mary Louise Williams, Mary Napoleon, Chief Victor Adolph, and Grand Chief Saul Terry. And you can see, you know, they've got the big drum there, and they're all gathered in there, and they're ready to go for this trial. You know, the elders talk about the hardships that they had to endure because of the management techniques being tested by DFO. They talked about their knowledge that they had about managing salmon, and then in an instant, all that knowledge they were taught was taken. In 1927, 2 hatcheries, one on Owl Creek and one on Seton River, blocked the rivers and wiped out the salmon stocks. The people stopped them because they knew the harm that was going to happen. The people had to hunt for their winter food. They fished for more trout. So that's how they had to get by. And it was a good thing that we had that we could still go out and hunt, and that there was trout. But we shouldn't have had to, because somebody thought they could come in and manage salmon. What I took from that testimony, and it was more that I'd heard about it, was the hatcheries and why we even had them. So this hatchery here was built just in our corridor down here where the spawning channels are. And they built that there, and this was in 1902. And one of the statements by the gentleman who did the study was no hatchery system, no matter how extensive, could have been devised that would maintain the sockeye runs needed. He knew that back in 1902. And he had actually gone through BC and looked at all the spawning grounds. He visited most of them except for the ones in Quesnel. So why did they have the hatchery built? 1902-03, one of the poorest runs of salmon in years, largely confined to sockeye. Excessive fishing was evident, and that fishing was the blame was put on the United States, Washington, and the Puget Sound area. They just went out and caught everything. A great number of sockeye were being caught in the poor years, and there was insufficient numbers reaching the spawning grounds. There was no limitation on the catch by the American fishermen. They believed hatcheries were the solution, but legislative changes would have to be made first to govern their fishing methods. And what they did was, when they went out fishing, and they were catching thousands and thousands and thousands of salmon in a year. And they thought, okay, in 4 years we're going to have a really good return. Well, nobody actually knew what the return was to the spawning grounds on that first catch of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of salmon. Nobody was upstream actually paying attention, but here they knew there was something wrong with that. And I think Sam Mitchell had said, and it was probably passed on from his grandfather or father, he said it was like the river had a miscarriage, like they just went in and ripped out all the babies, took them from her. That's from the elders, that's how they talk about it. So 75% of the spawning grounds were barren of fish. 2 of 3 hatcheries were unable to obtain 10% of the capacity they could handle. Widely recognized that the run of sockeye for a given year in the Fraser depends upon the result of the spawning in the 4th year preceding, and for that reason the canners and the fishermen expected a fair run this year because there was a fair run 4 years ago. So 3,405 fishing boats on the Fraser, 1,899 in the Puget Sound, 159 traps, 365 gill nets, 330 set nets, 125 seines, and 72 purse nets. This is in 1902. This is, you know, back in the day where they probably thought we were going to have fish forever. We were all impacted. For thousands of years, we managed the resources that resulted in healthy nations up and down the Fraser, the coast, and across Turtle Island. Our economy thrived with our shared guiding principle of take only what you need. Our laws that we upheld for generations sustained our communities and the lands. Nations coming together again will bring back our ways. I just wanted to show this slide, and I probably should have put it just in one. The other is some of our chiefs are meeting at the UBCIC. But the previous speaker, Gord Sterritt, and he's north of us, and they've got all these spawning grounds. 75% of the spawning grounds are actually north of the Statlium. And that tells us right there how important it is for fish to be getting above the falls, that we need to do what we can to do. But that kind of shows, this one is for the Sumac, where they're going north of us. The sockeye are going in the same place, not like they have other creeks that they go to. But the fish have managed to actually work amongst themselves on shared space. Right? They figured that out over the 3,000 years. We've been able to watch that for 3,000 years before settlers came and just thought, wow, look at the abundance of salmon, and went and fished it all and ruined it. How do we as Indigenous people work together to say, okay, from 1902, that was a really bad year. What should we start seeing? How do we put our management perspectives into place, because we can see DFO is having a hard time. They may seem like they want to do it, but they're not showing that they can do it. And when they do, the fishery goes to the rec fishery, the sport fishery. Used to be the commercial fishery, but I don't think that's as big as a fishery anymore. It's really the rec and the sport fishery. These statements are right from the elders who were giving the testimony. That's actually the Bridge River before the dam was put there, so you can see the flows that were coming down. Right? It was huge. That was where the Sumac went and spawned, and they were so plentiful, and then they went and dammed it up, and we lost it. So the whole river is Indian fishing grounds. We prepare our fish as soon as we catch it. We fish there because it's clean. We fished until we got enough, and then we came up. Nowadays, they keep us up until all the fish are gone, and then we have a hard time to get enough. In the summer by the river, that place is like a reserve. It's an Indian fishing place. This was told to me by my grandmother. Right, so these are things that the elders who were giving testimony in 1979, they were talking about what their grandparents were teaching them, so they were bringing back old teachings, the knowledge that in court they were passing it on. Thankfully, we actually have the testimony that was given, so it was something that we could have taken out. We can look at it and start really taking out those laws and those principles from statements that they had made. So I'm just going to, I think that one I've read already, right? So I just just forget about that one. So Cookston Callip, and I'd like to introduce Ellie and Darwin, and they're SGS, Statliam Government Services. And like I said, there's a lot of people that work for the benefit of the Statliam people. And it's good to see that we're all in the same room today. Cookston.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Sure, yeah, I can just...
Oh, sorry. It's okay.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ellie Black. I'm a biologist with SGS. I want to start off just by thanking everyone here for presenting and organizing and showing up and asking their questions. It's been a really good day, and I'm really happy to be here and share some updates with you all. So we're going to talk about a couple projects that SGS is working on, the White Sturgeon eDNA project and the Portage Creek Chinook Salmon Recovery Program. Darwin's going to start you off with the White Sturgeon project.
I tried to teach her how to say oot. She didn't take lessons very well. Oot sturgeon. It's the Penser transmontanus. It's a white sturgeon. That's the sturgeon that we got around here. It's a bottom feeder. Cleans up our lakes, cleans up our rivers. If you grew up and lived in Seton Valley, you'll notice a huge difference in the color of the lakes between Anderson Lake and Seton Lake. It's really hard to miss. Elders who live in the valley will tell you that before the change, before that new water was added in from the Bridge River, there was a lot of different fish in the lake, and a lot of it was lost forever. It's a scary word when you say forever. There are stories of the man-o-man in Seton Lake. It's a living being that's so huge, and it's indescribable, so they called it the man-o-man. Stories of people putting baited hooks on quarter-inch line and throwing them in the lake and leaving them there for a while to see what they could catch. They'd leave them there for a little bit, and then they'd come back and see what they had. Sometimes they'd have a big oot, and other times the rope would be broken. So they were huge. There's a story of an elder in Seton Portage who used to catch them, and he would tie them to the shore. When he wanted a oot steak, he would go cut one off and just leave it. Somebody felt sorry for that sturgeon and let it go. And I was just talking to my friend Wayne in the back, down below 3 Mile. That was, oh, does he want to bow? He said that was the same practice on the Fraser River. People would catch him, tie him to the shore. We had no fridges or freezers back in the day. So that was their way of preserving meat. They'd just tie it there and they'd go cut a steak when they wanted some. We got stories from Nkwatqua. They tell you the story of the whale in Anderson Lake. And other elders told me that they had herds of sturgeon floating under a full moon on the surface of Anderson Lake. I don't know if that's a proper term, herds of sturgeon, but that's the term they use, so I'll use that until somebody teaches us different. After BC Hydro built a dam at this end of Seton Lake, the migration routes of oot from the Fraser River to Seton and Anderson Lake was cut off due to the design of the Seton Dam. Reports of sightings of oot in Anderson and Seton Lake continue to this day. Oot was used for oil, fat, medicine, and a ready supply of food during hard times. SGS staff researched for environmental impact assessment studies on the potential impacts of the hydro development on Seton Lake. Not much information was found. Nothing was found on what species of fish were in the lake pre-construction. Brings up some questions. Does OOT still exist in Seton and Anderson Lake? The stories tell us they do. How can we prove it scientifically? To answer this question, Statliam Government Services Environment is working on developing a method to detect the presence of OOT in Statliam territory using environmental DNA or eDNA. This novel approach to OOT presence uses scientific methods to validate Statliam oral histories and stories. And I'll turn it over to Ellie again.
So SGS is awaiting test results to determine the next steps in this project. If our results are successful, we will be using this tool to validate Statliam knowledge, which informs us that white sturgeon historically occurred and potentially persist in the Seton watershed upstream of the Seton Dam. This method of detection could also be used in other areas of Statliam territory to support the conservation and recovery of white sturgeon. This project is entirely funded by SGS, and all the data collected is owned solely by the Statliam Nation. We'd like to acknowledge our consultants on this project, Matt Coombs, Jared Hobbs, and Troy Nelson, without whom this project would not be where it is today. Last year, SGS received several requests from Statliam communities to prioritize community involvement and engagement on white sturgeon issues within Statliam territory. SGS recently received formal support from the Statliam Chiefs Council to conduct an internal Statliam engagement process regarding white sturgeon as it relates to social, cultural values, Indigenous knowledge, data gaps, input to DFO on its decision whether to list the species under the Species at Risk Act, and input to the province on a new BC Fraser River sturgeon management plan. SGS is looking forward to connecting with all 11 communities in the near future to understand and develop what a Statliam process for conservation, protection, recovery, and management of white sturgeon looks like. So our next project update is for the Portage Creek Chinook Salmon Recovery Program. This 3-year program aims to better understand the factors that are negatively affecting the Portage Chinook population and to make recommendations which ensure these fish and their habitat are protected and stewarded. I'd like to acknowledge In-Stream Fisheries Research, our program collaborators, who are deeply committed to the recovery of the Portage Creek Chinook population. Funding for this program is through DFO, the British Columbia Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund, the Province of BC, and BC Hydro. The program uses passive integrated transponder, or PIT antennas, installed in the river to detect pit-tagged fish. During the field season, the environment team goes to Seton Portage once a week to download this data, which gives us information on relative abundance, survival rates, and fish behavior. We are then able to see how long fish take to leave the system, their outmigration, as well as how long it takes them to return to spawn. In addition to collecting pit tag data, we've been walking the river from Seton Lake to Anderson Lake every week during spawning to collect data on spawned out Chinook and to assess the proportions of wild versus hatchery Chinook spawners. This field season, we found 25 wild spawned out Chinook and 19 hatchery spawned out Chinook in the Seton Portage system. Only wild salmon are used as broodstock for hatchery fish, so ensuring enough wild salmon are returning is crucial to successful recovery. This map shows an aerial view of Portage Creek, as well as our snorkel survey sites. Up until November this year, we conducted monthly nighttime snorkel surveys to detect the presence of juvenile Chinook and to assess their behavior after they emerge from the gravel. A big thank you to Darwin for being on bear watch while we're all snorkeling all night. We conducted an extensive level 1 fish habitat assessment survey in October to analyze the quality of spawning grounds, bed material, riparian vegetation, off-channel habitat, water velocity, and disturbance indicators of Portage Creek. This information will be used to further evaluate the habitat and to develop a restoration plan for this population. SGS Environment met with Chalath community members in November to share information and understand how Chalath wants to be involved in this work. One of the key takeaways from that meeting was the importance of involving the youth in this program. To incorporate Chalath's vision into this program, We will be hosting a presentation at the school this year and inviting the youth to come to the river with us to participate in land-based learning. We hope to support and encourage the next generation in continuing this stewardship work. Periodic community engagement meetings will take place throughout this program to ensure Chilliwack's involvement and values are prioritized. Last year's Chinook Fry release was a great opportunity to connect with community members and youth, and we hope to make this year's event even better. Cooksham, thank you for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
Elder told me that he saw a sturgeon at Minto Falls prior to inundation, so he could check the Carpenter Reservoir. Or
I think that's entirely possible because that river was really huge. If you go up above during low water, up above Jones Creek, you'll see how big the river really was pre-dam construction. In areas, I think it's about 100 meters wide. So if it wasn't for that dam, we wouldn't have a road in that valley. As there would be no road, it'd be underneath the water. So anything is possible with that on sightings of sturgeon.
I was told by one of the river monster fishermen that they were a part of a project in the Seton River looking for the sturgeon, and they found a bunch were all just sitting right above the dam. Was that you guys that was putting that project on? And if so, was that true?
No, that'd be a different study. I sure wouldn't mind getting a hold of that information if you could share it with us. If you know the name of the person from River Monster.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
So. When was that? I was told that this summer. Okay. Oh, last summer.
I know we did do some study in Seton Lake, but the development of our non-invasive detection methods is still a work in progress. We're using eDNA, which is taking water out of the creek or the lake and filtering it. And we've still got a lot of work to do in that. And sturgeon, being a prehistoric animal, doesn't shed DNA the way the rest of us do. The rest of the living beings, we can detect it if it's a known thing. Maybe 10 feet away. After that, it gets real dicey. So we've got a few more things to look at. We'll discuss it after we get the last test results from our trial this summer, where we are using 3 different pore sizes in our filters to see if we can come up with some way of detecting them that's more accurate than what we've got now.
I think Matt has a question.
Thank you. For those that don't know me, I'm Matt Manuel, the Natural Resources Coordinator, the Lillooet Tribal Council. Again, it's a situation where we as a people have been, put up against scientific rationale. And the issue, of course, lies in proving, our knowledge keepers information. So, when you think about what you have basically presented to us is knowledge from our elders. And, that, of course, has, not really a situation to be taken seriously by mainstream society. Now, we've got examples of other, studies that we have, had to forego or go along the same path as this. The industry of forestry, of course, had, awareness of our elders' knowledge of the migration corridors with the mule deer. And yet when we had looked toward finding, some ways to counter the issue of clear-cutting and impacts to the migration corridors, in the end, when we actually collared those mule deer, those migration trails weren't off by very much. Now, when we look at, this circumstance where we're having to now, weigh in the question, where, there are stories of this historic fish species that's been, along within the fish corridors, that our ancestors have relied on for millennia. And now, with the construction of a dam, how can we as a people, push back toward, these crown corporations to say, yes, we're going to be having to now put the shoe on the other foot. What can we say to scientific world? What do we know about this species in a scientific perspective or a lens to support this? Because, if we're now saying that our ancestors' knowledge ain't, accounted for in the scientific world, well, what does the scientific world know about this species? How can they survive behind those dams if they are still surviving? Is there something we can have as a starting point from a science perspective that says, yes, they are still there? Because, where can we begin to start with this project to escalate it to the next level if the species is still there? The white sturgeon should still be there. And if it is, how do we go about finding, that and ground truthing that?
One of the things that we found out when we started this project was that very, very little information on the sturgeon in our area in the mid-Fraser is known. When we started, we were asking around if anybody knew where the sturgeons pooled and just went to rest in areas. Nobody knew. We asked if anybody knew where the sturgeons spawned. Again, no one knows. There's been very little studies done in this area for the sturgeon. And we're hoping that at least we get this started, we can start answering some of the questions. Not even sure if the sturgeon that we have are lake spawners or river spawners. If they're river spawners, then the sturgeon that are in Seton Lake now are well over 100 years old. And I don't know how long they'll keep spawning. They may just, if they're river spawners, we may have no more recruitment in Seton Lake, except for maybe the odd one that makes it up the fishway. So, as far as getting the attention of industry and government, that may be an Art question or a Michelle question. I don't know if they want to tackle that answer.
I'll maybe just add to that, Matt, that we are working with sturgeon experts on this project to bring in that knowledge to us to understand more about the sturgeon from a scientific approach. So a lot more needs to be learned, but we're hoping that this eDNA work that our results come back successfully and we can actually use it to detect white sturgeon in the territory.
At the start of this project, we went to ONA, who have a big sturgeon project in in their system, their water system down there in the Arrow Lakes and the Columbia River. And they said it took them a long time to even find out where the fish are pooling and where they're spawning. They had put out a whole bunch of egg mats. They said they just put it out at random all over the place till they found the spots where the sturgeon were spawning. And they move a long way. We've got one report of one sturgeon that was caught while we were down there. It's about 3 feet long, and it was put into the water in Oregon, and it made its way up to Revelstoke somehow through all a series of dams on the Columbia River. So they do move, and they will access where they can, but when they reach a certain size, they can't use those fishways or ladders anymore. And I'll let Michelle finish off what she was.
Oh, I was just going to say, so are you recommending that we take down Seton Dam? No, I'm just kidding. But just on the sturgeon, and I was part of a steering committee for a few years, and a lot of emphasis put on the Stolo area and more of the wreck fishery. And again, the voice that comes from there, the lobbyist that comes from there, because that's their way of life and we shouldn't be impacting it. And I said, well, we should be able to go and tell you what it's going to be like to lose your way of life because ours was taken from us. And I think it's the education that we have to start giving to the tourism industry when they come here to talk about the impacts they're doing. But when it comes to where they spawn, and I was just reading a collapse of the forage fishery in the Xwisten area, and they talk about sturgeon was up here. Like they fished more sturgeon than they did sockeye, and then they still had the ulikin and the herring, you know, and that's what actually sustained their community. But I'm thinking, and I haven't finished the report, that they might know. Like, are they just coming up here and they're hanging out? You know, they're down in the Lytton area. They've been there for years. The babies are all there. But maybe that's where they're spawning. And if they are, then they're in trouble because that area is so impacted. It's a good thing that they live for 50, 60, 100 years. But we'll have to make that connection as with probably the Sekw'el'was. I think they just finished a study in November 2023. And I think I can touch base and ask them about the sturgeon, and their elders might know that. So Cookston.
Any more questions, thoughts?
From the Quadqua, and the sturgeon is very interesting. It's always been interesting to me, and I've always wondered about Anderson Lake. And from what I understand, you're doing the eDNA on Anderson as well?
Yeah, we will be looking into Anderson as well, for sure.
That is, I can't wait to see the results on that. But, you know, I've always heard the stories of them in the lake, and I believe, like, just like Pemberton or the monster fish, there's a guy in Pemberton. He's the Pemberton fish finder, and he goes by the name Brad Knowles, and he runs, you know, fishing expeditions out on Anderson. But I swear, like maybe a year or two ago, I seen him with a picture of like a tiny little sturgeon that he caught at the point in Anderson Lake. I just wanted to say that, and I'm very interested in the white sturgeon in Anderson.
Thanks. Yeah, if anyone has information, stories, anything they're willing to share with SGS, we're very happy to talk to people, and we will be reaching out soon to engage with communities and understand how they want to be involved in this work. Go ahead, Denise.
Oh, hi. So when you're saying that you're getting information like from the Columbia River system, have you communicated with anybody up and along the Fraser River to see, like, I know that up in the Sterritt Lake they have an endangered white sturgeon. Like, do they have anything, any kind of method or whatever that they use to try and find where their sturgeon have been spawning?
We've been doing this for 2 years, and one of our experts that we have on staff is Troy Nelson, who used to work for the our provincial government on white sturgeon, and he meets with the people that you're talking about in the Upper Fraser, and he talked about the method that we're trying to develop down here, and they're waiting for us to develop our process, our detection process, and they want to be able to use it after to work with our surgeon. So there is interest in what we're doing. What we're doing here is one of a kind. No one else in the world is doing this to our knowledge. So Statliam people are leaders in this method for sturgeon detection. So we don't want to hurt the sturgeon any more than they're already hurt. So we're trying to look for a non-invasive way of doing the detection.
Sharon again. A friend of mine, he caught a sturgeon off the pier, little 6-inch sturgeon off our Seton Pier. Chief Harry has seen them in Anderson Lake. Full moon, summertime, get up high, you can see them rolling. Stories I hear from another one, a fellow's digging holes for the tower, hydro line, up high, looking down, see a boat going by. Shadow underneath it, bigger than the boat. So it was 20-foot sturgeons in Seton too. Stories I hear. Thank you.
Cookstone.